I think someone stole my chair, so I'll do the best I can for the time being. Um, but let us start, if we could, with the pledge. Representative Paul, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a few bills to exec this morning, and there, I think, several actually on the calendar that were put on the calendar, and we have already exec them at the end of last week. They are House Bill 398, relative to Holocaust and genocide studies. We did that on the 5th, and that will be on the consent calendar. And House Bill 131 was retained also on last week. So 398 and 131 are off the schedule. So let's first turn our attention to House Bill 740. Which it is requiring the Department of Education to maintain student records of charter public school students. And Representative Freeman, did you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do. I move to ITL, House Bill 740.
Thank you. Was there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I move to inexpedient to legislate this bill because we passed another charter school bill about the closure of charter schools, which addressed this very issue of maintaining student records. So this bill essentially is duplicative.
Correct. Any further discussion? Yes.
Is there a difference though between the charter school closing and the records going over the Department of Education, or a student finishing the charter school and where do the records go?
If the charter school is in existence, they stay there. But the bill that we had included both more detail on the closure and things like probation and a bond if necessary. But then the last section addressed a closing charter school and what happens to the records, similar to this bill. Yes.
Could you just tell, what was that bill number? Do you know? I'm sorry.
We're trying to find it.
I was afraid you were going to ask that.
I believe it was 752.
I think it was a 701.
751.
Yes. Yeah.
752. Thank you.
And the last section on page 2 addresses charter school closure and records. And I think both these bills were discussed with the department, and it's just that the sponsors never got together on the topic. Representative Dry.
Thank you. I have the sponsor's memo on 740 that says this bill is requiring the DOE to maintain the permanent records of closed charter schools.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. Just for clarification, and I apologize,
for needing this, but for 752, that's already passed through committee.
Yes, and it's on the consent calendar.
Thank,
Yeah. Or will be on the consent calendar at some point in the near future. As will a number of our other bills, I think. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
The motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Noble,
yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Is consent okay? Yes. Great.
Report.
I'll just mention House Bill 50. We have some late information that I got that I would like to take a look at more. So if we could hold that until next Monday. And I'll just mention that I'll give you a list of our bills for Monday, but we should be finishing up everything on Monday. So that would be our only day next week. Yes,
I just want to, oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I just wanted to ask whether or not that includes the non-germane amendment that is attached to it. Are you holding all of that?
Or was it 90?
No, the non-germane was just your
Is it
your
the fall?
changes.
Oh,
We didn't, it's just the intentional and knowing. It wasn't.
oh, yes, right. Yeah, I don't think it was non-germane.
We did have another hearing on it.
We did?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why it was ruled non-germane, but
Right, okay. Yeah, it was, yeah, I stand corrected. It was a non-germane amendment hearing, but yes, the whole,
the whole thing.
all thing
I
would
see.
be voted on Monday.
Okay.
And later on, I'll pass out the list of bills to be exec on Monday. Um, I think the other bill that is on the schedule for voting today is House Bill 557, relative to the information that appears on school budget ballots. Before we have a motion, I'd like to have some discussion on this, if we might. This bill calls for information to be printed on the ballot, including the average cost per pupil, average daily enrollment for the prior 5 years, and teacher to administrator ratios. Is there any discussion? Representative Selig?
Thank you. So I have some significant concerns about this bill and whether it could be used essentially for electioneering on a ballot. I also have concerns with as much detail and information as being requested in this, which would be available prior to a budget hearing and prior to a deliberative session. to voters. It seems to me this is more information that's more appropriate to be on a handout at the deliberative session than at the ballot. But just that the extent of copying costs and everything else, that this is a lot of extra information to be included on a ballot. I know yesterday my cooperative school district was lucky in only having a two-sided ballot, but my concern is this is going to end up with multiple pages and be cumbersome and difficult to process.
Any other discussion? Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do hear from a lot of our constituents on the town level that when they walk into the voting booth, that they don't always have the luxury of going to deliberative sessions, district, school board meetings, et cetera. And I think a bill like this allow the local communities to work out the particulars as far as what they want to print. But I think a bill like this allows those districts and the voters to get the full transparency that they deserve. So I kind of.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to be very careful here. In addition to that, it is not just the cost per pupil defined by average daily enrollment, but it is divided out over the total expenditure over the district. So that is a different number than just the average cost per pupil, just to be clear. And I concur with my colleague, Representative Selig, with many of the statements that she said. I'm also curious why this information wouldn't be included in perhaps a town voter guide instead of it being on a ballot. Those get distributed oftentimes to every resident to be able to peruse through. There's one for the town and one for the district usually. That might be a better place for it to be included than on the ballot itself.
Representative Noble?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment about the electioneering. As far as I'm concerned, we already have that on our ballots. We have school board recommends a yes vote or school board recommends a no vote.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, by the way. If I recall, it was brought to our attention during the hearings that this is a duplicative bill law because the current law, which just went in effect July 1 this year, mandates certain reporting in the election. So this is a waste in terms of value because it's already in law. I think it's 189.76 if I recall.
Right, that's what I've written down.
That the attorney from School Board Association brought forward to us. So that being the case, actually, I'm not sure we want to deal with this in terms of it's just duplicative. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the other thing that we might want to just be careful about, for the record, a dispositive vote printed on a ballot is just stating a public record. So I don't know, while I understand the member's points, it's just a reflection of the outcome of a vote. There was no other statement enumerated. So that's public record. That's already part of a record of a body meeting and deciding on something. And with that, I also see that there are definitions in the statute that define administrator versus full-time teacher. I am not clear whether or not those definitions would even be included for the voter on the ballot when they're reading those. It seems clunky and cumbersome to me.
Representative Selig, did you have your hand up?
Well, I did. Part of it was about I have a note in my notes that we needed a further clarification of what encompassed administrator or what administrator encompassed because there's so many things listed. I also have a note that there's nothing about the part-time staff. And then just in response to Representative Noble's point, if the bill simply said a budget committee, like the school board, approves it or recommends it or approves or voted, 8-6 on this item, the budget committee voted 6-8 on this item. That would be a different thing to me, and I wouldn't have an objection to that. I just feel like this is far more information than belongs on a ballot. This is information brought forward prior to getting to the ballot, at the deliberative session. This information would be when it ought to be shared.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock?
So I'm sure everyone has their red book in front of them. If they go to, I have my red book in front of me. If you go to 189.76, it tells you, if you look at the 4 or 5, 6 things, which the Republican legislature and the Republicans on this committee last year put in, and it was passed and signed by the governor. It has salaries, it has your graph, it has administrative, it has everything you asked for. And this bill by itself that we're discussing is duplicate of this. You already have it. It's starting for the first time ever. And so it's like, we don't need to kill a horse. Make it a camel.
Thank you. Representative Balboni?
And I also want to point out, this is very particular to school district budgets. I mean, there's nothing like this on a town budget, a ballot at the, it's singling out school districts with information that is skewed because of the way that the questions are asked. I'm looking at full-time teachers, administrators. Again, a lot of these information can be, it's hard to get an accurate play. I mean, what is a full-time teacher? What about therapists? Paraprofessionals? So I object to it because it seems to be singling out school districts, and it's not something you require on a town ballot.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Woodcock, for pointing this out on 189:776. However, this is just public information being posted. And now that this has been codified into law, seeing as they already get this information together, it's going to make it that much easier for them to print it on a ballot.
Already there.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This information should be readily available on the DOE website, with the new legislation. So it makes no sense to me that that's printed on a ballot. There's enough information on there already. Thank you.
Representative Nato?
I just wanted to say, as a resident of New Hampshire for many years, it's a little, I'm not tech savvy, and neither are probably the elder folks in town. So it does make it a lot easier for people to say, oh, it's right here, black and white, and right in front of me, and they can do their own comparisons instead of trying to kind of weave their way through the web. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Again, to the member's point, it is well taken. I appreciate that. Many towns across the state print voter guides, and they are quite all-encompassing. There's one for the town, like I mentioned. There's one for the school boards. Those have a myriad of pages that you can then take. They're often sent out several weeks prior to voting, and you can take a look through those, ask questions, attend your school board meetings. I am unsure what the cost would then be to the town to print these ballots with such a lengthy description on them. And to what end are we going to continue to put this stuff on the physical ballot? I think we had at least 5 pages, I believe, for our ballot this year without any of this.
Representative Selly?
Thank you. Just the last thing I'll say is that in terms of online sign-ins, we have a 10 to 1 ratio, right? It's 5 people wrote in support and 52 people wrote in opposition to this bill. And I think we need to recognize our constituents are giving us a clear message. They're not in favor of it.
Representative Noble?
Just on that point real quick about the numbers online. For HB 361 and 360, the public was in favor of both those bills. One is the mask mandate bill for schools, and the other one was the school-based health centers.
Representative Terry?
Notwithstanding the arguments that I've heard on both sides, I know that the information is available on the DOE website. I know that there is information that's made available at deliberative sessions. I also know the attendance at deliberative sessions in many of our communities. And I know as well that as I walked past the poster yesterday on the way into the polls, that most people were just going right on by it with all of the information that was provided. What I know is that for many, many people, the first time that they are dealing with any of the questions that we're putting before them is when they go into the voting booth and they read what is on the ballot. So whereas I would prefer a shorter ballot, and I would prefer that people would do their homework, the reality of the situation is that people, scores of people, are not even beginning to deal with these questions until they read them on the ballot and they think about what they're going to do right then and there. Thank you.
I would just add that in my town, my post office closed and I now have rural delivery, which hasn't worked out too well. I just got a Valentine's Day card in the mail yesterday.
You should be happy you're going, Glenn.
Right. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of faith in our voters. I think our voters in New Hampshire are well poised on a lot of things as Granite Staters. We have a lot of engagement in our electoral process, and I would want to make sure that we are empowering individuals to make the best choices possible. I understand what you're saying, Representative, but to the same point, we also have to make sure that we are making fiscally prudent choices for our towns and our communities. And by double printing this information in potentially a town voter guide and on a ballot, I am concerned that there may be another vehicle that would be more appropriate than printing it on a ballot.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you. So I just want to share that the particular district that I come from, it's one of the larger districts, and it's very interesting because we have a combination of a school district meeting, we have a town meeting, we also have SB2 for the co-op. We have 0 voter guides. I attend all of it. The only thing that's available to the voters is the annual town report, which lists the warrant articles. A lot of people just don't understand it. So I do think there's some validity to putting this on the ballot. Also, I get what you're saying. I think a voter guide would be great. I think there are concerns about that, honestly, being electioneering, depending on how or who puts it out there. But I would think that voter guide would be much more costly than adding something simple to the ballot.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would ask the question, so what's the next step? So if you go into the voting booth and you see 3 people running for library trustees, and you have no clue who any of them are, you haven't heard about them. Now do we have to have descriptions of who these people are on the ballot? Because to make sure that they're informed? I'm going to go with Representative Murray and say I think that our voters are informed. And if they're not, then they should be. I mean, putting all this information seems like way too much. Thank you, on the ballot.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one other point regarding this: this is a lot of conversation around voting. And while I know that this is germane conversation to our education department, we did not hear from the Secretary of State on any of these potential implications of. I think somebody mentioned electioneering. I don't know. So I do have questions.
I think that we would like to caucus. I believe that Representative Cornell, that your side is all set. So the Republicans will go into the office for a couple of minutes and discuss this. I think that there were some valid points raised during our discussion. And I think that we would like to look at some of those issues more and hold this until Monday, if we could. So, okay. Who's reading first? Okay. some clarification. We had talked about HB 90 and the possible existence of another amendment. We have gotten a copy of it, but we'll just check with the sponsors of that amendment to see that they intended to bring it forward. Since none of us have a copy, I'm not sure if they officially handed that over to the committee or not. So we'll check with them and then bring up HB 90 this afternoon and have copies available for everyone. Yes.
Thank you. How many amendments do we have for HB 90?
For HB 90?
Yeah.
I think just two.
Two? Okay, thank you.
Okay, my turn.
Yep.
Open the executive session on House Bill 699 relative to special education definitions, and I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass with amendments, ought to pass.
And I will second. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would like to offer amendment 0606H and ought to pass on that amendment.
And I will second that as well.
Just to get our paperwork.
Yep, sure.
Okay. Do you need a? Lauren needs it. I feel like I have one here somewhere.
Gave it out last, oh,
Yeah, she wasn't here.
want me to run down and get her a copy? Get it?
Okay,
Yep.
finance.
Does anybody else need a copy?
Okay,
Thank you.
yes. Okay. Representative Dry is going to make a few copies for us.
Have copies, certainly.
Yeah, I'm sure I did anyway there. Huh?
Paper hill somewhere.
Yes.
Did you need a copy also? Yeah. If while we're checking amendments, the other bill we were going to bring up is 754, HB 754. And there was an amendment to that, which is 0608H. That was automatic discovery and due process hearings.
754? I need it. It's coming, and we'll be here shortly.
Okay,
In it now.
okay. So I just wanted to finance my copies.
Oh, down there, right there.
Yeah.
They'll do delivered here. What are we looking?
Oh, okay. Yes, right, yeah. So should we,
What are we doing, Glenn? Glenn, what are we doing? Glenn.
Right.
Oh,
Right. 699.
Okay, so it's Who did you work with on this?
Yeah.
Who did you work with on this? Kristen, did you work with somebody on this? Or just do it from the note?
Oh, we worked with.
Margaret.
Okay, so it's good.
I'm just waiting for those copies on 699. Does everyone have the amendment for 754? If so, maybe we can do 754 while we're waiting for the copies.
We have, can you do that if you got to
No,
open?
we have.
Yeah.
Hearing?
Yeah.
Motions on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. We do have an motion on the floor, so we will wait.
More paperwork.
For the clerk, yeah.
Sorry. I won't make that suggestion.
Yeah.
No, too much for her. Yes. 699.
Yeah. Maybe we're waiting for the actual copies. Maybe I can do some explanation of the amendment. Is that all right, Madam Chair? Yeah, right,
Here she comes.
right.
Who needs it? Have you done it?
I got
Anybody else?
amendments. Right.
One through that way?
I'll just be very brief.
Do you need one? We got one. more.
Did you get that? It's for Lauren and Jeff.
Anybody else need one? Okay.
606.
That's a good set.
Okay, I think we're all set now. Uh, Okay. Representative Cordelli, would you like to discuss the amendment?
Thank you very much. There were a number of points raised during the hearing. We subsequently worked with Ms. Fredette from the Department of Education, Special Ed Director, who talked to a number of people at the hearing. And this is the result of our conversations with her and her suggestions in terms of what would be appropriate to be added to these definitions. And I'll just mention that these are definitions related to special education. And they are an outgrowth of the audit that was done last year, which had comments in it that called for some additional definitions being added to statute. In some cases, they were in rules, but not in statute. So it was recommended they be put into statute also. These were those instructions. Plus, one other thing that we did on the bottom of page 2, also as a response to the discussions, we changed, starting on line 28, functionally blind pupils to students with visual impairments, and made that change in RSA 186C7B. That was the one other change in addition to the definitions that were added based on comments at the hearing.
Since I'm the second, I have no other comments. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Representative Alboni.
I find that there's still a number of questions that I have about this bill because of, and I don't think your second amendment really addresses all the concerns as well. I wonder, I know it has been said that stakeholders were involved in discussions, but I have heard otherwise, and that I also have some concerns about going out and changing this. This is a lot of language that's very important to a lot of people, and you heard from them when they came and objected to it. I don't think these changes are solve the problem. I think the bill, some of it's still clunky. I see on this amendment, the charter public schools were added. And if I look in particular at lines 16 and 17, where it says this environment is managed by the school district, charter public school, etc. Well, when special ed students attend charter schools, it's the responsibility of the school district, LEA, to take care of, to manage that child's special education. And so it's a little confusing if you put it in here and say that, put that responsibility on the charter schools, whereas, again, I think you heard before with that Bill 222 that came in, there's an awful lot of confusion between the charter schools and the school departments in terms of delivery to special education services to those children in special in charter schools. So, and also, if you're talking about the audit of the special dispute resolution processes, I don't specifically remember having this language being brought up as necessary changes. There were definitely some comments about saying that the state needs to better align their definitions with the federal definitions, and I agree with that. But I do know that there's a more comprehensive audit that is happening right now within the whole special education department. And it seems to me that it would be most diligent of us to wait for that whole audit to come out and instead of trying to do this piecemeal before we figure out what other definitions need to be changed. So I would recommend retaining this until we get the results of that full special education audit, which I believe is going to be coming out this year. Maybe Chairman Cordelli knows when that's due out, but it seems to be irresponsible of us to rush forward with something so important to so many people. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. The section related to the educational environment, I think, was specifically addressed because the department wanted to make sure that suitable facilities were being used. There had been in the past some reports of students being placed in rooms that might not be suitable, and that they wanted to make sure that those students were in satisfactory facilities.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out that one of the comments in the hearing was that we did not refer to federal law in some of the definitions that we said we were trying to emulate or at least get on record in our statute. And I want to say that this does that in all of those places where exactly as it was asked to do.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am concerned if there were not stakeholders consulted with this amendment. To Representative Balboni's point, this is a deeply impactful piece of legislation to a group that struggles almost routinely to be heard and seen in places that creating, if that is the case, I would encourage us to just take a moment and maybe have a different conversation if that has not occurred. That does disappoint me.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To echo what Representative Murray said, when we sat at that hearing, there were many, many angry people out there, many. And when that hearing ended, I really thought that the key stakeholders were going to sit down, I don't care if it was on Zoom or sit down in a meeting, and really come up with something that they could all agree to. That, to me, has, when I hear, the DOE, I heard Rebecca Fredette's name mentioned, but we're talking about all those there are other stakeholders. Why is this here without their input, or did we get their input and we didn't like it? I guess that's my question to whomever would know the answer. What happened to those folks and their input?
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would just comment that there were a lot of angry people at that hearing because there had been a lot of misinformation about this bill being put out by one or two groups. So that's why there were angry people here who did not understand and were misled about the bill.
No, he said what I wanted to say.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you. I would say that if those people were confused or misled, I don't think we've done anything then to reach out to them and really tell them what this is, especially if this amendment is being crafted with only a few people involved. So if we truly want to put something forward that with the intent that I think everyone wants is that they understand what is being done in here, then I would urge us to hold back and do it the right way. And I guess I still don't understand why we need to rush this through right now when we know that the audit is still ongoing. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do recall there being questions and clarifications during the hearing. There were also additional statements and desires to be involved in the process of the drafting. And if that didn't happen when this was crafted, I think that we do owe it to the group, whether the feelings from the membership, interpreting certain statements around misleading or not, we owe it to that group of people to make sure that this has been at least worked with alongside of them.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Cordelli, you've written many amendments over the years. And I don't remember this amendment being a study committee. Is that correct? That is correct. This was not a study committee. This was an amendment. And I think with all the testimony that we did hear that particular day and the misinformation that was floated around in the atmosphere, we heard everyone that spoke that day. And I do believe that Representative Cordelli heard every one of those persons concerned. So I find it a little disingenuous when I hear that nobody had any input into this when we had a full hearing. We heard many different people on this subject. And, we can beat this to death, and we can go back and forth on how many people should be involved in an amendment, but I don't remember a lot of amendments having a lot of people sitting at the table doing the amendments. If that's a study committee, then we'll put in a bill for a study committee, but that's not what this was.
I just want to make a comment about the audit because the way that I took it, this did not come out of the dispute resolution audit that we had last year. This was part of the ongoing audit, and because they felt it was important enough to make the change now and not next year when that audit is complete. And for a couple of reasons, I think that had to do with the approved educational environment, to make sure that they weren't in closets or boiler rooms like we heard, as well as the trying to think what section that was. The section that had to do with related services, where we only had a portion of that in state law, so someone could interpret that as this is all the state is doing. So that was why this came forward now versus when the audit is actually complete next year, I think. Representative Dry?
Thank you. I think this is a reflection of all the input that we got at that hearing, especially the part about approved educational environment. Not only does it incorporate putting in a decent environment, but also incorporates the least restrictive environment clause that everybody was concerned about. The special definitions that are in Roman numeral 5 and 7 and down below are taken from the federal law. There's nothing new here. It's reference to the state law. It's the law that we've been or this federal law. It's the law that we've been operating under. It just now enumerates it and refers it to the federal law in our statutes.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to say that I think drafting an amendment with stakeholders is not a study committee. You're getting input to draft an amendment. That's it. It's not a study committee, in my opinion.
Any other discussion? Representative Balboni?
Just following up on Representative Noble's comment, if it does come from the audit that's currently being happening now, I think it would certainly clear up a lot of information if that audit was public and you could see where those, and it would make more sense. And it certainly would give this amendment more validity to, and perhaps be more supported by those folks that had some questions about it. But as far as I know, there hasn't been any sections of that audit made public yet, unless somebody can tell me otherwise.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think there are still so many questions, so much disagreement, whether it was through misinformation or not. 3,268 people were opposed to this bill. That's a lot of constituents, whether they're confused about what was intended, whether they heard misinformation, that's still a lot. And I would be more comfortable retaining this to work on it more. It is so important. And there are so many people that are still going to be not understanding what's happening because of the misinformation, maybe misunderstanding, fear of what's going to happen. I think retaining it and working on it more, working on it with more stakeholders, getting more input from the audit would just make more sense to me.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also, even in the first paragraph of the proposed amendment for 0606H, I have not seen legislation in a long time that has the and/or. And I think that this is opening the door for people to make choices about how they're applying the, there's twice in that first paragraph where there is exceptional language for and/or. And so it seems a little bit subjective to me as far as an opportunity for interpretation one way or another that could also have unintended consequences. And I just wish that we would maybe press pause.
That first section was language that we got from the Brain Injury Association on the acquired brain injury. That's that what you're talking about?
Yeah. And I guess I just want to make sure that I appreciate what you're saying.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. I was just hoping I maybe could get clarification, and I apologize that it's taking me a minute to process all of this, but looking at paragraph Roman numeral 2, where it says approved program means a program, and it gives this list, but it specifies within the school district, and I just think about does this therefore exclude people who might be sent to an out-of-district placement? I'm just trying to make sure that I understand fully, and so I'm purely seeking clarification at this moment. Oh, this is on the amendment, I'm sorry. Approved program means a program of special education within the school districts, et cetera, and all the related supports.
Representative Cordelli?
Yes, you're looking at the original bill,
No, on the
the
amendment.
amendment?
Page.
It's like lines on
Oh, right.
the first page of the amendment,
Right,
lines
yeah, that's,
11-ish.
yeah, that's, I believe, same as in the original bill.
I'm still
Right.
curious what happens if they're being placed outside of their district.
Right, I think that this is an approved program. State facilities, other private providers, I think it's intended to cover,
Everybody.
any placement as well.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, motion is OTP on the amendment.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Vice Chairman, sorry, Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes, Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No,
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli,
Yes,
9 yeas, 8 nays.
Recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
yes, I would like to move on to pass as amended with Amendment 0606H.
And I will second. Any other discussion? No, no more discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes, Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
no,
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli,
Yes,
9 yeas, 8 nays.
That closes the executive session on 6:99. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 754 FN, establishing automatic discovery and due process hearings for actions seeking to enforce special education rights. And I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Litchfield seconds. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you.
Discussion?
Yes. I put forward a motion of ought to pass, and I would like to now offer amendment 0608H as ought to pass on that.
Is there a second on the amendment?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman seconds. Discussion on the amendment. Representative Cordelli?
Yes. This amendment was drafted to respond to some of the comments in the original bill, and this was worked on in conjunction with the special education advocate who worked with a number of advocates that she knows of, and that were some that were in attention, in the hearing itself as well. And this is all related to, if I might add, automatic discovery. So information that are core documents that should be available to parents in a due process hearing.
Representative Freeman, did you have any comments?
I don't at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Representative Sally?
Is there an extra copy or two of the amendment handy? Just, I don't seem to be able to find mine, and it may be because I was not here. I
don't have extra. Representative Balboni?
Yeah, so I thank you. I just want people to understand what this actually does, because it's confusing and it took me a while to kind of figure it out. So what currently, this information is not typically disclosed at in advance of the pre-hearing conference. The purpose of a pre-hearing conference is to narrow the issues. So what we're actually doing in this bill is saying that all this information has to be released prior to that. Now, a pre-hearing conference sometimes leads to a ruling that certain claims will not be heard because they're barred by the statute of limitations, or because the hearing officer lacks jurisdiction over them. So requiring a school district to disclose court exhibits before the pre-hearing conference could lead to a lot of information being released to hearing officers, and it could be, more work if the purpose was to simplify it. I don't think that is what it's doing. So it puts the onus on the school district to provide all that information in advance, and it could be duplicative. I mean, it's a lot of extra work. It's a lot of extra money for documents that will and are available to the parent already if they ask. So I will not be voting for it for that reason. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, motion is OTP on the amendment.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Absolutely.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
yes.
Representative Murray,
I'm sorry, is the motion on the amendment?
amendment, yes.
Okay, yes.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
13 yeas and 4 nays.
Representative Cordelli, do you have another motion?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move on to pass as amended with Amendment 0608H.
Is there a second? Representative Morse is second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
14 yeas and 3 nays.
Yes, consent.
Consent?
Yes,
Consent, no minority report.
Nope.
Right. Thank you very much. Um,
Oh, I thought I handed it on. I handed it over.
Yeah. I believe that that finishes our bills for this morning, as there are a couple that we were going to hold off over until Monday. So we will resume at 1 o'clock with actually, at 1 o'clock, we're scheduled for 695. And that was an error in scheduling, in that we already exec House Bill 695. Oh, no, that's right. No, we had the hearing on it, yes. Right. So I think procedure-wise, since it's listed in the calendar, I'll just open the hearing, close it, and then we'll actually get started at 1:45 with 768. So if you would like to skip hearing me open and closing 695, you're perfectly entitled to do that. So otherwise, we'll start actually with 768 at 1:45.
And we have to 446 and 431.
Correct. Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Representative Cordelli, you also gonna bring back 90, right? This afternoon?
We'll do that on
Oh,
Monday.
My error, thank you.
Right, yeah. 90, 50, 557,
Thank you.
695, and 431.
Did you make copies of this on Monday?
I think so.
Thank you.
Oh, no? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll make another copy. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will open the hearing on House Bill 695 FN relative to school districts and medically related grants. This is a continuation hearing. And I call Aubrey Friedman to testify.
Madam Chair, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. So I missed the hearing last week, and I did already email all the committee members. So I'll just make one point today, which is on the way it's set up now with applying for and accepting a grant. So school districts, they practically apply for every possible grant, but they do have to have a public hearing before accepting it. And I've gone to school board meetings and these hearings for years. Nobody knows about them. Nobody attends them. They're hardly, they just kind of slip through. And there's very little testimony at all on them one way or the other. It's usually just the school district saying why they think it's a good idea, it should be accepted, and that's the end. I can only remember one grant hearing in like 4 years I've been going to meetings and hearings where there was actually discussion and opposition. They still accepted it anyway, but at least there was discussion. I think it makes more sense to have the discussion go before somebody's already done the work to apply for it, because once they've already applied, it's like, well, we may as well accept it anyway. Somebody spent the work. And at town meetings, they actually have decent attendance where people show up. People don't come to these hearings. They barely know about them. So it makes sense to me to have the discussion beforehand, before somebody puts in the work to do it. And at the town meeting where people can actually discuss it. And if they vote for it, well, at least there's been a fair hearing and discussion on it rather than just rushing the whole project through without really any discussion. So that's why I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that will close the hearing on HB 695.
Here we go. Good afternoon. We will open the hearing on House Bill 768. We have 3 hearings this afternoon. 768 is allowing public schools to contract with any approved private school. And the prime sponsor is here, Representative Vice Chairman Noble. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kristen Noble and I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. This is actually a very simple bill. It's just language cleanup from a bill that was passed and signed in 2021. The reason I found this was because I was doing a little bit of research on Supreme Court decisions that had to do with school choice. And so I came to one decision that was Carson versus Macon, and that was from Maine, and it had to do with town tuitioning and being able to use the town tuitioning to go to a religious school. And as part of that, I found an article that said that Governor Sununu had signed a bill that allowed this. And I think that is what allowed, there was a case in Croydon, I think, where they wanted to use the town tuitioning money to go to a religious school. So the first section, I was trying to find what the bill was, and but I ended up searching the RSAs, and the first one I had come to was this 191:1-A. And that's page 478 in your book. And so that says pursuant to RSA 193:3, Roman numeral 6, a school board may execute a contract with any approved non-sectarian private school approved by the school board. So 193:3, Roman numeral 6, that word non-sectarian had been removed from there. And that was the bill that the governor had signed back in 2021. So this is just cleaning up that one word, and that's it.
Thank you. Questions for the representative? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman.
Good afternoon.
So, just to be clear, in 193.3, and your bill here, the only thing you're doing is removing a word that's already been removed?
So
I see the bill in parentheses,
Yep.
with non-sectarian through it. But it's already, is it, my associate here looking up, trying to find
So
the text.
in 193:3,
Yeah,
Roman numeral 6,
the other page on that, we have a little difficult.
that 539.
539.
Sorry, I
thank
thought
you.
I gave.
Okay. That's right.
So that word was removed from there. And so this 189:1-A is Roman numeral 4, which is page 478, is saying pursuant to RSA 193:3, Roman numeral 6, and then it has the language of
Cross-reference.
yeah.
Just cross-reference, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. So just cross-referencing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think actually this might be the third instance we've seen that we missed in the original bill to cross out that language. Any further discussion? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Aubrey Freeman?
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater, I speak in support of this bill. Well, I didn't realize that this just sounds like this was an oversight. I definitely think, but I'll just make a quick point. I think religious schools are fine. It's good to have more options. And religious schools, they actually have higher standards than traditional government schools. When my son went to Catholic school and I went to a tour of the school, I was amazed. They actually said what the grading scale was, like 90, 80, 70, 60, and their A's ended at 93 and B's ended at like 85 and then 77 and then 70, that was it. So they have very high standards. So I think religious schools are good, and it's good to have more options. And I'm glad this is just fixing a little clerical problem with the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was there anyone in the audience who wished to,
Furiously filling out my pink card. Sorry.
I,
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. I would like to address the issue that was raised. If we look at 193:3, which begins on page 537, because that's a cross-reference in the bill that you're considering, is a cross-reference to 193:3. I want to bring your attention to page 540, and I'll give everyone a moment to get there, if I may. If you look on page 540 in the right-hand column under the heading Amendments, where the print gets really small, and I think to myself, I should really call my eye doctor again, right? Because this is where they talk about the changes that have occurred in the past. It's great to rely on historical memory. I rely on mine all the time, and then I realize it's not as good as it used to be. I would encourage this committee to look in this section here under amendments, notably where the bold says 2021, talks about the amendments that were created not too long ago. And if you look down, this is paragraph 6, chapter 106:2. Now, that's very deep in the woods on statutory instruction, where they talk about the chapter number. But it says it rewrote the paragraph, which now will read as follows, and it recites the law, and it has the non-secretarian in there. So then it was removed, and that's what this bill is trying to do. This bill is really a cleanup, a technical bill that's trying to match the language. But now that this bill is in front of this committee for its consideration, I would encourage this committee to look at that amendment section. And it will talk to you about the history of 193.3, because 193.3 is one of those bills that we talked about during the opportunity that I had to come in front of you to provide some training. 193.3 has been amended quite a bit. And I will share with you that when I have to really get into the weeds on legislative interpretation and legislative history, the person that I turn to really is Jen, right in the corner there. She's an excellent researcher. Sorry, Jen, I just outed you. I'm sorry. Sorry, she'll never forgive me. But this is a great place to start, this amendment section. Look at the language, and I think in looking at it, it will be clear that this really is just a technical cleanup bill so that the language is matching. I'm happy to take any questions, but I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight that for this committee's consideration. I appreciate your time.
any questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Fenton. just a question. So what happens if the bill doesn't pass? If this bill doesn't pass?
Then you have an inconsistency in the law.
Well, so what happens? You make the position, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So when you have an inconsistency in the law, then you have to get into statutory interpretation. And part of that is looking at the history of the bill, which one was changed last. And so you would defer to 183.3 and you look at that history and you'd see that it was a technical oversight. And my understanding, although I can't recall off the top of my head, is that other bills have come before this committee to identify areas where that language is used and strike it. So I think the legislative history would support that interpretation that the inconsistency is really an oversight. But that's what would happen is you would have a inconsistency in the law.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm just wondering, so it applies to two different things, though, right? I mean, at the beginning, this section is about manifest hardship, and if I'm going to the beginning of the section, which I just lost because I was on the amendment. 193.3 all addresses the change of school or assignment in the best interest of the student, whereas where the other change was made is just in the general school board's transportation and instructions of pupils. So was it applied to different things? I mean, if it's hardship or, you know, and do you understand what I'm saying? It seems to me, why does it need to be in two places, I guess?
I think it was brought forward as that technical correction to make sure that the laws were consistent. And the way I view 189:1A, the duty to provide education, is more of kind of a basic overview. It is a general statute. And when I look at 193.3, that is more detailed, the application of it. But I don't think it changes the meaning of it. I think it's consistent in terms of striking the non-secretarian so that the two sections match.
Follow up?
Oh, sure.
So if I read it, one is talking about the contract as opposed to the ability to do it, perhaps. I mean, the first part talks about allowing the school boards to have a contract with a non-secretarial school. And this one talks about, again, it seems to be just talking about allowing them to enter into a tuition agreement. So it's the same thing.
One is general and one is more detailed as to how it happens. Is that, I don't necessarily like that language, but I would agree with that characterization.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm curious to know whether it's the actual word non-sectarian that is being cleaned up, or is there disconnect between what exists in state constitutional law and then the changes in the RSA regarding payment for religious entities? I do know that the state constitution still talks about things with regard to religious sects or denominations paying for certain services. So I'm curious how the removal of that word stands maybe in conflict with what the state constitution says.
An interesting question. Without the state constitution in front of me, I'm not in a great position to kind of take that deep dive answer. And surprisingly, I don't have it memorized in my head, as some people think I probably should. To the best of my understanding, the bill that's brought before you in HB 678 is really just a technical correction bill. There was no discussion about the implications of the state constitution or if they was in, what's the word I'm looking for? It completely escaped my head. But there was no discussion, nor was there any thought as to whether there was any violation there. It was just viewed as a technical correction.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. So is it your understanding that this bill does nothing to change current statute, but instead codifies the language that should have been matched from the first statute? Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney Fenton, for taking my question. So in reading this, and I don't know if I'm even allowed to ask this question, so you can stop me. But is it, if we don't correct this, will it hold up in a court of law? I feel like that's kind of, well, I can't say it, but.
I think that is kind of the natural piggyback to Representative Woodcock's question. And again, it would just go into statutory interpretation and statutory history as to what the legislature intended
Exactly.
with that change.
Right, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Last one, Attorney Fenny, problem. At least
Oh,
for this
that's okay.
vehicle. I'm going back to, on the amended section, Diane,
Sure.
the six. So is it just the first line for my clarity on page 540 that you referenced it to, the small print? Okay, so is this bill only specific if there's no public school with child's grade in the district?
That's what RSA 193.3 is talking about.
Right. So there's only, I just want to be clear on, okay?
Yes.
I just want to be really clear. So the application disregarding the dialogue today about non-sectarian, the application specifically is only for a school system if they don't have that grade in the public school system. Is that correct?
That's what 193.3 talks about. But I think that if you put the statutes together, again, my understanding in working with the sponsor of this bill, this is a technical correction bill. And I think the sponsor
Over
behind
there,
me,
yeah.
the sponsor put it best, is that this really is a straightforward bill. This was always intended to be a technical correction bill. And 189.1A is that general provision,
Right.
which then allows 193.3 to go into detail about what that looks like in those detailed
Thank you.
examples. I hope that helps clarify it a little bit. All right, but again, I would just encourage this committee to look at that history in the amendment section because 193.3 has been worked on quite a bit legislatively.
See no further questions. Thank you very much. Was there anyone else who wished to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on 768, and at 2:15, we'll open our next hearing. we have a number of people who would like to speak, so since this is a continuation of the hearing, we'll limit testimony to 3 minutes per person. And we will start with Representative Bohm. Yes, sure.
Thank you. So is the dialogue this afternoon going to be dealing with the amendment that's been placed in? Are we talking about 0042H?
Are we talking about the amendment of the bill?
Well, the amendment's already been put in, right?
Has the amendment been?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have it all marked up, so it must be in.
Yeah, I don't have mine, so,
Oh, mine has the right answer.
can I get it?
So I just want to be clear,
Yes.
honestly, on what we're addressing this afternoon, Representative.
Right, I believe that the amendment was introduced, so we can speak to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative Bohm, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 38, the towns of Litchfield and Hudson. And deja vu again and again and again. For those that don't know, I used to be on Education Committee for 12 years and I decided I needed a rest. Anyway, some years ago, I introduced a bill to put a rein in on non-academic surveys. Parents had to be notified and questions provided. First bill was for opt-out, then it was later changed to opt-in. Bill finally passed and is now law. And then there's multiple tries to change it. Arguments in that schools in some cases get money for doing the surveys. Selling student information for money, I guess, is okay for some. The youth risk behavior survey was left in to be opt-in. This survey is taken as a joke by most high school students. When I was on the school board, this was given in our high school, and I heard from my spies that the students were taking this as a class project. For example, how many times do we get drunk? Mary, does your boyfriend hit you? Do you take drugs? Etc., etc. Some weeks later, our principal came to our school board meeting with the disastrous results. I then informed him how the survey was taken. The student school board member verified this. Other schools have the same issues. When they know the survey is being taken, social media goes rampant with entries on how to answer the questions. Also, parents need to know what their children are being asked. Parental rights. All questions on surveys must be given to the parents, which I believe this bill does, so they can make the decision to allow their child to take the survey. Over the years, we've heard arguments that parents do not get permission slips from the survey, so they do not opt in. Interesting. Parents have to give an opt-in for field trips, etc. Those seem to be returned. Parents don't opt in because they don't want the child to take it. Also, nowadays, this is also being done electronically, emails, etc. to parents. Also, sexual questions. How many high school students will answer they are not sexually active? Do any of you remember when you were in high school? These surveys are a joke. Then there are suicide questions. So let's put that in the students' minds also. Now some may testify to the survey and others are all academic. Is the schools responsible to teach, not be social workers? Also, the test states that it is anonymous. The first 7 questions can easily show who the student is. That if they answer correctly, and again, students take this as a joke. A parent testified some years ago stating that his son and others stated that they were all 200-pound black females. Now it's been proven time that, remember the survey done by the CDC, and depending on what administration is in power, questions do become political. In the past, there were questions on guns at home. Now I bet there will be questions on vaccinations. Another argument that they need the entire school to take the survey to get the full results. What's the difference? Student answering as a joke or not answering at all? And I remember an old software engineering question, garbage in, garbage out. And I also did statistics, and what good is a statistic if you don't have good results? So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Bohm? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative, for being here.
Thank you.
Next is David Goldstein from the Association of Chiefs of Police. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Is this on?
No, press, yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. By way of introduction, my name is David Goldstein. I am the recently retired chief from the city of Franklin. I am now working for the Rockingham County Sheriff's Office as the mental health and wellness coordinator, sworn in as a deputy there. I've been a police officer for over 46 years. And I'm going to speak more to bullet points than I am to a narrative. I have conducted and published empirical research, survey research as part of my academic life for both a master's degree and for a PhD. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, and that I chair the legislative committee. We oppose HB we oppose 446, as written. This is not my first appearance here to talk about the YRBS, and whereas the amendment seems to be more generic in nature, we certainly realize that it's talking about specific issues as well. We're a little bit confused as to why there's such opposition to learning as much as we can about our children. That's our responsibility as parents. And contrary to what the sponsor just testified to, that was not our experience in Franklin, for example. We found that people were very serious about this. It's a bona fide effort, quite frankly, in order to learn about the habits and beliefs and thoughts of our children in as non-invasive a way as possible. And frankly, the YRBS only looks at 6 particular categories. It looks at behaviors that contribute to unintentional injuries and violence, sexual behaviors of our children that may contribute to unintended pregnancies and sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV, alcohol and other drug use, tobacco use, unhealthy dietary behaviors, and inadequate physical activity. All things that we want our children to avoid if they can. And if we know more about it, we can certainly deal with that. This is not a question of putting objectionable reading material into a school library, as seems to be happening throughout the country. We're actually doing that. This is actually being conducted in a very proper and specific way. It's a bona fide effort to learn about the habits and thoughts and beliefs of our children. In fact, from a public health point of view, and I have a master's in public health, this is considered primary prevention. We want to know before the diseases affect our children, before the behaviors affect our children. We want to know what's going on, and that is how public health works. If you looked at it as if they were smoking, we would try to keep people from ever picking up a cigarette, and then not have to worry about the results of that. So this is a similar type of thing to that. This is longitudinal type of research. There's no requirement in any way, shape, or form that a student has to participate. And if his or her parents don't want them to, they don't have to. And the student doesn't even have to answer the question. It is strictly voluntary. The data, however, does assist in gathering evidence-based data that we can use for such initiatives as grants. In the case of Franklin, for example, in 2010, we initiated what we call the Franklin Mayor's Drug Task Force. And this was aimed at drug use among our students.
Mr. Goldstein, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, sir. Just to let you know that with that kind of data, the city of Franklin received multi-million dollars in grants over 15 years. We received drug-free communities grants, which cities did not get their first try, and we did. I would merely ask that you think of it in terms of what it's meant to do. And again, we ask you to ITL this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for being here. Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I've been trying to find a lot of the answers of things that you've talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, and I could not get an answer to this, how this survey helps direct money and who benefits? Does it go through DC and the federal government?
Are you talking about the survey's money itself, or to use the survey for?
To use the survey for?
Again, any grant process requires that we lay out in specificity what we're going to do with the money and what the grant is aimed at, such as our drug-free communities grant was in Franklin. We were able to do that. It is a very involved process. And by having this evidence-based data, we could show that so many percentage of students thought this versus so many percentage of students thought that about these 6 particular categories. And that's how we were able to receive those funds.
Yes.
Another question I could not find an answer for was, we asked if this was an opt-out, opt-in instead of opt-out, is there a certain number of surveys, like a exact threshold that needs to be a dependable survey?
Well, the more you can get, the better in any survey research, quite frankly.
Yeah.
We understand that usually around a third of the respondents is what we're looking for to have any kind of meaning whatsoever, but we still report the numbers as they come in. As far as opt-in versus opt-out is concerned, I'm a parent. I don't know how many times I had to go through book bags to find out what I was missing because I was supposed to opt in and my children forgot to give me the note from the teacher, so to speak. So this way, as an opt-out, it works a little bit better. And that also doesn't preclude parents from going online. If parents want to know what the YRBS is, and I did this just before I came just to make sure it's still valid, I put YRBS in the Google search line. Everything you want to know is right there. The numbers are there, the questions are there. There's nothing hidden in this type of thing, but I'm not sure if that answers your question. But again, the bottom line is the more the better.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Jim. Really. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
Recognizing that the sample size would diminish if it became an opt-in, how imperative is for the prevention model to have the largest pool for statistical research?
It's incredibly imperative. I'll give you an example from my own survey research that I conducted at the VA hospital in Boston on veterans who were hospitalized who had chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and were continuing to smoke. And my hypothesis was, is that in a very real sense, self-destructive behavior? You've been diagnosed with emphysema, cancer, what have you. And using a survey and what's known as the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Inventory, which is a personality, it has a subtest, I was able to show statistically that in fact, that is considered a self-destructive. So the more the better, again, for preventative measures. And again, public health looks at prevention in anywhere between 3 and 5 levels. Right. The very simplest is 3. Primary prevention is stopping the problem before it ever becomes a problem. Don't smoke. Right. Period. Then you won't get cancer, emphysema, whatever. Okay. And that's what we're looking for.
All of them. Thank you. In your program in Franklin, in your hometown, was there post-research done to validate the grant?
Actually, yes, we continue. We had to. That was part of the grant. Okay. We also went so far as to go down to middle school. In Franklin, we took it upon ourselves to do that. And again, we got what we felt was some very viable and legitimate responses.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us.
My pleasure.
You made a comment, and I can definitely relate to it about when your kids were in school and you had to fish around to the bottom of their backpack to get the permission slips. I'm just curious, why is this the only piece of information that parents have to opt out of as opposed to opt in when field trips even have to be opted in on? Do you have any feelings or reasoning behind that?
Again, as Representative brought up, numbers would go down. Numbers would go down with opt-in versus opt-out.
A follow-up, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any empirical evidence of that?
Right off the top of my head, no. Just experience with it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious to know whether or not the aggregate data that is received, you spoke with respect to Franklin, I understand that, but might the data inform decisions differently based on the region of even the state of where kids are based on lived experiences?
You mean, for example, geographically, for example? Sure.
or
Yeah,
even
I-
socioeconomically.
I would never be so bold to say that that wouldn't be a contributing factor.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here
Thank you very
again.
much.
Aubrey Friedman?
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater, I speak in support of this bill. Most parents, I think everybody's heard about the youth behavior with, the survey. Everybody knows about it. But to actually open it up and look at the questions, I don't think that many parents have done it. Sure, you can go online and do it. I don't think they do it. This bill will make it so it's emailed to the parents. Now, that doesn't mean people ignore emails, people don't open emails, that could still happen. But I do think that a lot more people would actually look at the questions and, they're extremely nosy. They're not as bad as they used to be. I've railed against this particular survey for years. And actually in our own school district, they just recently did it in the middle school. I was railing against it there in a school board meeting, and they had actually modified it a little bit. So the requirements of this bill are just that it's to be emailed. They probably already have an email list for all the families. So you just type a little brief 2 or 3 sentences, here's the survey, we're going to do it in 10 days. You attach the survey and you hit send. I mean, there's no financial note to this bill. The administrative burden would be probably 10 minutes. And you've sent it, and that's the end of it. And my only problem with this bill actually is it doesn't have a penalty. What happens if the school district just doesn't do it? A bill has to have teeth in it, and I have seen several times in our own school district, Newfound, that the school board does not follow the law. So there should be some type of a penalty. The bill is good. The idea is good, but some school districts do not comply with the law, and there should be teeth in it. So that's it. I support the bill with some type of a penalty or whatever, because to make the parents or with taxpayers, you have to go to the ombudsman or the state board of, Board of Education to complain about it, or the Attorney General. There should be teeth in the bill. And that's it. I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. It's enjoyable to see you once again. You always bring perspectives I love to think about. In the amendment, we're talking about the amendment, right? Okay.
I haven't seen the amendment, so I'm sorry, I don't know.
Do you understand this requires written consent? This is not review. It's not the parent saying it's okay. This requires written consent. The email, the portion you were talking about, sending out to the parents that we're going to do this, is a nice advanced piece. I got that. But to participate, the parent has to get back and say yes. So if they're as busy as you say they are, and they may not have a chance, what happens to the data for future student prevention without the parent getting back?
Well, if the parent doesn't get back, then the kid doesn't participate in the survey, and I consider that a good thing. That school should be for teaching and not being for gathering data. So I consider that a good thing, actually, that amendment.
Yep. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for
Thank you.
being here for this bill also. Emma Savigny, New Futures?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that solves problems through policy change. We are here in opposition to the amendment to House Bill 446. We have serious concerns about the ability to collect viable data if this survey were to be turned into an opt-in model as opposed to an opt-out model. Currently, there are many prevention programs, mental health programs, student support programs that rely on YRBS data, not only for those important grants that you've heard about today and will continue to hear about, but also for just general student wellness in schools. A lot of times schools will rely on YRBS data to ensure that students are able to have the support they need to be most productive and most successful in their academic careers. For instance, bullying is a really important topic of conversation these days, and the YRBS is able to gather data on whether or not students are facing violence in schools or feel safe in their schools. When students feel safe, they're able to succeed academically the most. It also asks about mental health of students, which is really important to be able to understand how students are doing and, again, able to contribute to their academic success. I'll also just note that the YRBS data is completely anonymous and completely voluntary. There is data to show that students do take this survey seriously. Year over year, the data is collected. It's analyzed and compared to previous years so that we're able to see trends, and those trends are able to indicate that the data is valid and reliable year over year. So while you may have a student here or there not take the survey seriously, students do generally take the survey very seriously and actually appreciate the opportunity to use it as a tool to ask for help when they need it. And I will finally just clarify, my written testimony is going around, but also the testimony from one of our advocates who works at the Dover Police Department is also circulating, and they were unfortunately unable to make it today, but wanted to share their perspective as well. I'll close and happy to take any questions.
Does anyone else need a copy of the amendment? Yeah, two over on this side also. Representative Dry.
Thank you. And maybe you're the person to ask this question of as well. Still trying to get a handle on what you think the difference would be if this is so popular with the students, if they had to opt in rather than opt out. What is there a threshold of number of responses that you have to get in order to make a good data reliable survey?
I am not a data person, so I don't have that number off the top of my head. I believe there are better people that are equipped in the audience to answer that question. Sorry, I can't get it to you.
Okay, follow up?
Yes.
Okay, do you?
Thank you.
Then maybe a philosophical question. How does the data drive money for grants and things like that? How is that tied together?
So, as Chief Goldstein mentioned, grants, both federal, state, and private grants, almost across the board, need baseline and trend data to determine, one, where your starting point is, and then is the thing you're trying to implement working? Are the grant dollars being used effectively? So you, in order to get the grant, have to show that there is a need using that baseline data from the YRBS in this instance, and then to show that you were effectively using those grant dollars and may be applying for additional grant dollars to continue your program, have to show that the trend is in your favor using the YRBS data over several years. This survey is given every 2 years, so we have pretty good continuous data to show that, okay, in year one, students were really having a problem with bullying on campus. They weren't feeling safe. We implemented an anti-bullying campaign using grant dollars, and now in year 4, we're seeing that more students are reporting that they're feeling safe on campus and feeling prepared to learn and succeed academically because of that. So the grant dollars were used effectively.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Kluger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to try to understand. So would that data then come back to school administrators so you would see the results within that school district, not just as statewide data?
Yes, I believe the data is broken out by county in New Hampshire, and then perhaps the department would be better equipped to answer the nuances of exactly who has access to school and district level data. But my understanding is that the data is aggregated specifically to keep anonymity of the respondents.
Thank you.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know how many years this survey has been administered in New Hampshire?
In New Hampshire, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I do know that this survey has been administered nationally, and I believe New Hampshire has been a participant for several decades at this point.
Follow? Several decades, that's 70 years.
Several.
Several decades.
Not 7.
Sorry, I have a cold, so I might not be most understandable today.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Have you happened to, have you had, this is a follow-up question coming. Have you had a chance to look at the amendment?
I have, yes, thank you.
So if I may?
Yes.
The part that, first of all, I think the YRBS is, I think it's critical. Having been a health teacher, I think it's without question critical. But the intent of the amendment, in my mind, seems to have changed drastically, where initially the was emailing a notification, an opt-in. If we look at line 16 and 17, as I read this, it says that the parents must send such surveys through the email. So that suggests to me that that survey may or may not be filled out by the student. This is not an opt-in, opt-out. If you look at 16, 17, this now requires the survey in itself to be sent to the parent. Do you read it that same way?
That's an interesting reading. I hadn't read it that way, but I now that you say it, I do believe that is a potential reading and could be a problem.
May I follow up? Thank you. Because it doesn't say permission to take. It says send the survey. I can't think of any survey we're trying, or anything we're trying to get reliable data by sending it out in advance to a different group that's taking the survey. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Murray?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. I am curious. I don't want to speak to the sponsor's intent. I think there might be a typo in there to some degree, but I am curious what should happen in the event that a parent or guardian does not have email, because it says that they shall do it through email and other. So is that the first step? And then if somebody does not receive it, then is that a requirement?
So,
sorry.
No, so I didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you for your question. It's my understanding that as I read it, this would include both email and any additional means of delivery the district deems appropriate. So I don't know who would be making that determination. I assume the school board, and I don't know how that determination would be made. So that's a bit vague. I also know that there are lots of schools who have transitioned to an app as a common way of communicating with parents, which is not necessarily noted in this. So it might make it confusing for parents who are typically looking at an app to communicate with a teacher, and then they're getting emails about this. So that also may create some like lost in translation types of issues.
Follow up?
And the questions, correct me if I'm wrong, the questions are already required to be on the district website. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sam Hawkins?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm here today representing NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, in opposition to any amendments that would make the YRBS an opt-in. To be clear, we do fully believe that parents should receive notice of non-academic surveys. They should have the ability to review their contents, and they should have the choice to opt their student out. But we are opposed to the policies that would make the survey an opt-in for the simple reason that busy parents may miss the notice regarding the YRBS due to their busy lives, disallowing their children to participate even if the parent would otherwise actually encourage that participation. You've heard, and we also believe that this opt-in requirement will make it nearly impossible to obtain statistically valid results, which will hinder the state's prevention, intervention, and postvention efforts. I want to take more time to address a concern that is often raised surrounding the YRBS, and that is that asking youth about their mental health, asking youth about suicide will contribute to those very same negative mental health outcomes. We firmly disagree with this position and believe that that position is rooted in the same stigma surrounding mental health and suicide that has for so long led to people not seeking the care they need. We instead believe that when we openly and responsibly speak about mental health and suicide, we can eliminate that stigma and encourage all people to reach out and ask for help. It is in this way that the YRBS can actually be a valuable tool. It can open up honest conversations about mental health and suicide for youth so they can feel comfortable going to their family and speaking about the help they need. I would just say that if you hear of any perceived or anecdotal increase in negative mental health outcomes or suicidality following someone taking the YRBS, I would not say that it is the YRBS causing that, but rather it is that elimination of stigma, that opening of the conversation that is encouraging that student to talk about the challenges they are facing. And I also want to go back and say that, again, just because a child is not opted out doesn't mean they have to take it. If they have an emotional response to a question, they can stop at any time. In closing, I just want to emphasize again that the YRBS is safe. It doesn't encourage risky behavior or contribute to negative mental health outcomes for youth, and it's crucial for our state. As such, the quality of the results must be maintained, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Representative Dry?
Thank you. Maybe you're the person to ask about this, because I'm still trying to get a hand on the statistically valid parts of it. And you said it would be nearly impossible to get statistically valid results.
Right.
What's the threshold that you're looking for? Do you have a ballpark, a number?
I apologize. I'm a liberal arts student, not a data whiz. I'm going to kick the can to the department, and hopefully they are able to answer that question for you. But I do think it's a valuable question. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Mental health is such an important component of what we do here as a group of legislators for a myriad of different areas of public policy. So one of my questions to you is whether or not data over time would also help shape mental health initiatives in counties through mental health services at your local or regional mental health centers?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think data is incredibly valuable in all the ways we try and bolster the state's prevention, intervention, postvention efforts. I mean, I've filled out a couple grants in my time. A question you see on practically every grant, even the easiest grant, is what is the need? What problem are we solving? It's great to be able to say, here's what we see at a national level. It's even better to say, here's what we're seeing at the local level, not just at the state, in the county. And even beyond that, yes, absolutely, I think organizations, providers can use that data to get grants to go to funders to seek funding for their services. But I think also it's a valuable tool for the legislature, for people to come in front of all of you and be able to say, here's this great thing you did a couple of years ago, and here's we're actually seeing these numbers go down, or here's where we need to maybe adjust what we did. So I think it's valuable in many ways. Thank you.
Follow up quickly, please.
Thank you. And with regard to early intervention, getting ahead of costly expenses, is there any value to the data being collected now to get ahead of an issue that might be developing?
Yeah, I think that's sort of complex in that the way there will be youth who are sort of at all stages of their mental health journey if they're facing mental health challenges. But I do think one thing we strongly believe is that when people get the care they need in their community at the time that they need it, we avoid crisis. You know, every day there are kids waiting in the emergency department for inpatient care. If that child feels comfortable and encouraged to open up about a maybe less severe mental health challenge before it reaches a crisis point, I think that could decrease the higher acuity of care that we are seeing being utilized. Thank you.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask you, are we discussing the benefits or negatives of the youth risk behavior survey, or are we discussing the amendment that simply opt-in?
I think that we're discussing the amendment, but the need for opt-in versus opt-out, I think is a valid question.
Thank you.
Representative Freeman, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So after a student and I know you'll answer this to the best of your ability. After a student completes a survey, and that student may express some severe suicidality, how does that information get passed on to a person that would be able to address that immediately with their survey?
I appreciate the question. I think what you're getting at is an important issue, and it's sort of balancing the key priorities of we all agree that this survey should be anonymous. We also agree that kids who are in mental health crisis need help as soon as possible. I think it would undermine the important anonymity of the survey to have a pipeline where if someone answers a certain question a certain way, they are then linked to resources. But I do think that is why we need to build up community resources in the school, in the community at large, that are reaching out early. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Kind of a piggyback off hers and with what you just said. Representative Freeman, sorry. You mentioned that you'd be looking to get the individual support, but if it's so anonymous, then how exactly would that work?
Right. Thank you for your question. Again, the YRBS is not a screening tool. Well, I mean, it is a survey in the way that we are trying to gather data about where our youth are at. It is not a diagnostic clinical screening tool that is intended to immediately get people into treatment. But what we do know as an organization is that, and this is really just a core tenet of suicide prevention, is having those open questions encourages people to seek help. Just being asked that question of, are you feeling sad or hopeless? Are you feeling suicidal? That will encourage people to go to their parents, to have those conversations, to seek help if they need it. So while there is not a direct link from you answer this to get into treatment, I do think there is a culture around having these conversations that does connect people to the care they need. And we've heard that from our families, our members. I've seen it in my personal life. Thank you.
Follow up quickly.
I got like a million questions, so I'm trying to kind of narrow in here. So where exactly does the money come from for the grants when the data is collected?
Thank you for your question. Could you clarify what grants specifically you're talking about?
I would say any and all.
Sure. I mean, grants can come from the state, they can come nationally, they can come from private funders. Really anyone that has an interest in specific programs that they would like to fund, they will put out grants that people can apply for, service providers, organizations can apply for. Really anyone that has money.
Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I know it's not an easy afternoon. Going back to the aggregate data, that you're implying that we don't disaggregate by individual person because that's not the intent and that would nullify the intent. Am I correct to believe that the school systems get a result of the aggregate data at the end?
Thank you for your question. Just a clarification, are you asking whether the school receives school-specific information or student-specific information?
School-specific. Matt?
Yes.
School-specific.
I would defer to the department on that one. I'm not sure whether it's broken out at a school level.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Higgins and Rogers from the Department of Health and Human Services.
What I asked her.
But you know, in that area, that's what I was trying to get to.
Oh, it's my county.
I didn't know that. I thought our school.
I did too, but she said, she's told me county.
Hi, good afternoon. We're going to ask our colleague Will Moore to join us as well, if that's okay. He's not on our pink card. Thank you.
Okay. Could you, what was the last name? We'll add that to the card.
Yes, Moyer, M-O-I-R.
Get that?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. For the record, I'm Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison and Senior Policy Analyst for Behavioral Health at DHHS.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Abby Rogers. I'm the Legislative Liaison for the Division of Public Health Services.
And I'm William Moyer. I'm the Section Administrator for the Health Statistics and Data Management section at Department of Public Health. And so I do have the answer to the questions about what we need to make, what CDC needs to have the surveys be representative. And the short answer is 60%, but the longer answer is that. So while the YRBS is typically offered to all public high school students, from that CDC selects a sample of the school's classrooms and students from which they can make a representative sample. The CDC will only consider the sample to be sufficiently representative if one of two criteria are met. The first criteria is an overall response rate of 60%, which is basically they look at the number of schools that participate out of the number of schools that they sampled multiplied by the number of students that participated in that valid surveys out of the number of students that were sampled. However, starting in 2021, CDC made another criteria in response to dropping participation rates, which was resulting in many states or other localities not being able to get representative results, which means that they couldn't get any of the survey data back.
If I could just ask you to move the mic a little closer. Yeah, thank you.
So this second criteria is a non-response bias analysis, which essentially is they will compare the students who participated with those who did not. Now, because they can't compare them on the results of interest, they compare them on things such as for the schools, the enrollment size, if it's a small, medium, or large school, a poverty measure, which is usually the percent of students with free or reduced lunch, and the locale type, which would be urban, suburban, or rural. And then look at the students and look at the sex, grade, and race and ethnicity. If the responders and non-responders are similar in all those categories, CDC will say that the survey is still representative and they will be able to give you back results. What I can also say is that, so for 2021 and 2023 in New Hampshire, our overall response rate was just around 65%. So we did meet the criteria, but we were not that high above it. And in terms of the effect of opt-in versus opt-out, I can say that in New Jersey, they have an opt-in. And in 2015 and 2017, they did not meet the 60% criteria, so New Jersey did not get any YRBS data for those years. In 2019 and 2021, they also did not meet the criteria. In 2019, they had an overall response rate of 49%. In 2021, they had an overall response rate of 26%. However, due to the non-response bias, CDC did determine that the results were representative enough to give them results for those years.
Do you want to, we'll do it individually in terms of questions, if that is it? Okay. Representative Dry.
Thank you. So another statistical question. These are like weighted, then the weighted values for this statistics?
Yeah, so for the representative sample, they basically use the principles, the CDC uses principles of survey design to weight each response so that when they analyze it, the results can be, you can infer from those results to the overall population of high school students in New Hampshire.
Follow up. So I just looked at the chart of since 1991, and the amount that's been weighted has gone from 36% to 97.8%. Can you account for that?
I'm not understanding.
Okay, so on the YRBS website, it talks about the percent of the data that they weight, and it's gone from 36% that they do to almost 99% in the last two tests. And I'm just wondering, are we getting less data and they're weighting more things?
You probably have to review it.
Yeah, I think I would have to review that.
Okay, I'd be happy to go into it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. You just mentioned earlier that New Jersey didn't get enough statistics to get the data back. So what happened from that?
Yeah, so for 2015 and 2017, if you go to their website where they give all the reports, there's nothing for those years.
So there may be nothing for those years, but what exactly does that mean in essence? Like what were the consequences? Yes, thanks.
Sure. So I can speak to how New Hampshire uses the data and so how that would impact us to not have the statistical information like New Jersey as an example. So because the Youth Risk Behavior Survey is the most reliable and valid data set that we have, in behavioral health, we use the data to secure grants, including our state opioid response grant, our substance abuse prevention block grants, many other prevention, treatment, recovery funding that help us to address substance misuse in New Hampshire. We also utilize the funding to track progress on the state's goals. So how the children's system of care, the 10-year mental health plan, how our community mental health centers and regional public health networks are responding to the needs of youth in our state. We use it for our suicide prevention plan and annual report. We use it for the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs action plan. It's really the way that we both are able to ask for funding for need. It's the way that we're able to flexibly respond to have an understanding of the needs of youth that are obviously ever changing. And then it's a way for us to also track our progress. Are outcomes improving or worsening over time?
Further questions? Seeing none. I'm sorry, Representative Freeman?
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How many years has this survey been given in New Hampshire?
Since 1993.
Thank you.
So we have additional statements.
Yes, right,
We were
yes.
just taking
Right,
questions.
I didn't know if you wanted to move on to Ms. Rogers.
So I've just talked
Okay,
a
sure.
little bit about some of the ways that we use this information in behavioral health. The opt-in in particular would be to have these devastating consequences to us in behavioral health because it would reduce the participation and because it allows us to better understand and respond to the needs of the youth population. With behavioral health, much of the many mental health conditions and substance use disorder can start in adolescence, but they're progressive illnesses. And so if the earlier that we are able to identify a need and have intervention and begin treatment, the better the health outcomes for these young people. So it's critically important that we have an understanding of what are the needs of our youth population so that we can adapt our programming and our prevention to address those directly. The good news is that these are treatable and preventable challenges, but we have to know what's going on the ground. So we have to understand where we should invest and how to monitor the population level outcomes over time. So again, not individual outcomes, but understanding in these grade levels, how is this changing over time? And so that we can respond to those needs. We also have youth who use this information themselves and are able to do peer-to-peer intervention and prevention within their school community by understanding the social norms and by promoting healthy and positive behaviors. And so we know that we heard a little bit about earlier about the credibility of the data and do youth take this seriously? You'll probably hear from a number of youth groups here today that are working directly with young people. And I myself was a youth services director for 15 years. And so the youth are actively using the data themselves. And the research tells us that this data can be gathered from adolescents just as credibly as it can from adults. And the YRBS does go through reliability checks to help identify the small percentage of students who may falsify answers. So if that happens, there are ways to reduce that. And the other piece around that I wanted to address was some questions around sort of planting the idea in children's heads when we ask questions about mental health and substance use and things like that. And there is no evidence that simply asking students about health behaviors would encourage them to try that behavior. In fact, in suicide prevention, I'm also certified in national evidence-based suicide prevention. And we actually train people to ask the question because it's often met with a sense of relief. So it can reduce the burden of carrying something scary or challenging alone and allow young people to feel seen and respected, so that they, when we ask young people about their mental health, we don't teach them to be unwell. They actually learn the most critical step of taking care of ourselves, which is being able to talk about it, just like we would for every other health issue. So this is allowing us to both reduce the shame and stigma and open the door for finding resources for young people to stay healthy.
Can you take a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
Representative Murray?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you to the department for taking my question. Do you know the percentages of programs who receive grants of all kinds, state, local, federal, and how that moving to an opt-in may impact those programs. Do you have any data about roughly how many programs receive grants?
Yeah, I mean, we utilize the block grant funding, the state opioid response grant funding, the funding that I was mentioning in those opening remarks in a number of ways in community. And so it would take a while to catalog the ways that that funding is being utilized today. The state opioid response grant alone is $56 million. The other piece I just wanted to mention is around the schools being, utilized for academics and just the deep impact that mental health has on academic performance. And so having an understanding of this information is critical to high-performing schools in particular. So mental health problems can affect a student's, energy level, their concentration, and their optimism, and it hinders their performance. So there's a direct correlation here to addressing behavioral health, and having mental health challenges is associated with lower grade point averages and lower test scores and lower engagement and attainment in general in academics.
I had a question. You mentioned about data is being used in schools by youth in the school. How is data from the surveys filtered by school to provide to that school or school district?
Do you want to speak to that more specifically?
Yep. So often I think students will use either the statewide results or also we provide reports that are by public health region. And this reminds me of that in terms of what the schools get, we do provide reports back to the superintendents that gives the results for their school. This is not the representative results, it's just results, aggregate results for all the students at each school that took it. For those reports, we will suppress if it's small numbers. I believe there has to be at least 20 students for each question we give. If there's less than that, we'll suppress the results to protect the privacy and confidentiality. And then it's up to the superintendents whether they would release those reports to students or anyone else or just keep them for themselves.
If you could repeat the number that you used to filter the privacy.
I believe it's 20, but I don't remember exactly that, but it's somewhere around there.
Thank you. President Morse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So some of the grants that were mentioned earlier, is this more for community-based or more like in school? I guess I could try to elaborate more, like grants for mental health counselors to be brought into the schools.
The funding that has been mentioned is used in a variety of ways. It's also that the Department of Health and Human Services is not the only stakeholder utilizing the results. So you'll hear from local coalitions, youth groups that are utilizing YRBS data for their region to understand what the needs are in their locality and apply for additional grants that may be through philanthropy or some other not federal to state funding, which is what I was speaking to. They're also, the Department of Education is using them in order to the results as well, in order to address needs within their school that might be other forms of federal funding that I did not mention.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Bailey. Good afternoon, and I just I wasn't clear, sir, on, it wasn't you, it was me, I couldn't hear right. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You said that the data for each school or school system would be disaggregated to the extent that make sure I'm clear, that the superintendent will at least have an overview of how his school responded. Is that correct? Before, that was different from what we heard earlier in the conversation, not from you, from another person.
That's correct. We provide the aggregate reports back to the superintendents for each school.
May I follow up? Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that because we heard something different before, and that was the point I was trying to get to. Since you're using if I'm wrong, stop me, but I think you said a minimum of 60% response rate. So if we have the response rate and the superintendent gets it, it would seem to me that this particular survey, the YRBS, is critical because that allows that school to say, you know what, we can see a trend in what's changing in our school, and perhaps we should supplement services in this area or that area, or would that be a fair guesstimation from my part?
I believe so. One correction is that the 60% is for the overall statewide and public health region results, which are representative. The school reports are not weighted, so it's just the students that took the survey that day. So
Okay.
the big caveat is that it may or may not be representative. If a school has a high response rate, then it probably is representative. But if a school has a very low response rate, then
And obviously, okay. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah, if I could follow up, how do you identify the school? Is that an entry on the survey that's completed?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Freeman, did you have a question?
I did, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have heard a lot of talk about how if we get below the 60% threshold, that could affect our government, will affect our government grants. And I've heard a lot of testimony today about how if this opt-in is adopted, that will absolutely impact it. I need to get some empirical evidence to prove that. Do you have anything that would solidify those concerns? We can all agree that those programs are crucial. They're extremely important. We can all agree on that. We can also agree that this bill does not take the YRBS out of school systems. All this does is allow parents to opt in. So I kind of don't want to put the cart before the horse as far as saying we're going to lose all of this if we put this opt in because parents aren't going to answer this. I have a little more faith in the parents. So could you give me some evidence to prove that in fact the numbers will go down?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So what we know is that we in New Hampshire are not much higher than the 60% threshold. So because we're close to that line, if we have any reduction in data, we will not make for more accurate data, but simply less data. And if we don't meet the 60% threshold, we will be at risk for not understanding the needs of our youth, not being able to monitor the outcomes over time, and the funding reduction is a potential as well. So I think it's if we were collecting today YRBS at a 95% threshold or something, it might be less concerning. I think the reason that we are so concerned is that if any reduction in what we collect today puts us very close to that 60% threshold. I don't know if my colleagues want to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Let me just ask, so the 65% that New Hampshire is at right now, that's with everyone opting out from it. So are we saying 35% opt out?
Sorry, so already schools are given the opportunity to participate in the survey. So the schools need to opt in, and then parents are given the opportunity to opt out. And then students can also choose not to take the survey or not to answer any questions. So there's multiple layers of opting, into the survey now, both by district, family, and individual. And the actual percentage of those that opted out, and do you have that answer?
Yeah, so I can say that, let's see, so for 2023, it was 84% of the schools participated, and then of those, 76% of the students participated, which creates the overall response rate of 64%. And in addition, student responses will not be counted if they, essentially CDC will do certain checks to see if they're doing something like just giving the same answer for everything. Those responses will also be thrown out. So the worst of if a student's really not taking it seriously, that will also not be counted.
Representative Woodcock.
I appreciate your patience, Representative Cordelli. So, if I may go back to your comment for Representative Dry, if 35%, you talk about the late opt-out, but you said 84% of the school systems in New Hampshire participated. So does that mean then, I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear, that the 16% of those school systems that did not participate chose for their group not to participate, so the local government, the local school boards, the local parents made that choice, and the school board said, okay, we won't. Is that basically what we're saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, did you have comments also?
I have just a brief, everything's been so well covered. I don't have much to add other than to try to answer Representative Dry's question about the weighting. So to give an example, the weight is the number of states that have representative data. So if, for example, if 26 states participated in the YRBS, only 9 met the participation rate to be able to get the weighted results. So for example, in 2023, 39 states participated in the YRBS and 36 states met the participation rate. So the percent weighted is 92.3, if that makes sense.
Okay, say it one more time.
Okay.
Only read the last.
Yes, in 2023, for example, 39 states participated in the YRBS, and only 36 met the participation rate. So that percent is rated to come out to 92.3% on the website. Okay. And the only other thing I did want to add, my colleagues have covered everything so well, is, if the YRBS would be an opt-out, the burden on schools to follow up with parents, to call parents, to try to get that participation rate up and follow up and make sure that people are aware that the survey's being given, there would be an administrative burden to try to get that participation rate up. So that's just something to consider. Thank you.
Representative Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it possible for us to see the participation rates based on district?
I think we'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
The superintendents all are given their data. What we publish is statewide data and by regional public health network.
Okay.
So you would be able to see it within region, but not town specific.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just wanted to be, for the record, we are opposed to the amendment. I don't think we said that. Thank you.
For the record.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jennifer Chisholm. Tell him to get out. All set.
So good afternoon, Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Chisholm, and I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Coalition to End Homelessness. And so I decided to come up to testify as an agency who very much so is looking forward to using some YRBS data. So one of the flagship products, I guess, of the New Hampshire Coalition is our State of Homelessness in New Hampshire report. Hopefully everybody has gotten one in their mailbox and has seen it. And so we analyze data to track trends on homelessness in the state. And so in 2021, YRBS added a question about housing status that we're very much looking forward to using, as I said, in our next report. Youth homelessness is tremendously difficult to count, notoriously so. And so we're just concerned that anything that we do that's going to put data at risk for us to be able to tell the true narrative of what's happening across the state with youth experiencing homelessness, it scares us, especially hearing that many of our districts are so close to that participation rate. I am not a data expert. We contract with New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute to do our data crunching. And so I do know that there have been data points that we haven't been able to use that I would love to talk about, but it just was found not to be representative, that there wasn't enough data to be able to use it. And so with the difficulties of tracking youth homelessness, we already know it's a huge issue in the state. So in our report from this year, I can tell you that from 2022 to 2023, the number of people and families experiencing homelessness in New Hampshire increased by 40%. And that's both in the point in time data, which is a 24-hour count on a very cold day in January, as well as the entire year. We also have calendar year data. And then children under the age of 18 represented 1 out of every five people experiencing homelessness in the state during that time. And so because when I talk about our data, I talk about, who's in the data, but who are we also missing? And so our data is based on the HUD definition of homelessness, which is very specific and very narrow. It talks to people who are in a program meant to house people experiencing homelessness, or somebody who is staying in some place not meant for human habitation. So your car, a tent, the abandoned basement, and something like that. What it doesn't count is all people in New Hampshire who are doubled up. So staying with family, staying with friends because they have had some sort of economic issue, maybe lost a job, lost a partner, were evicted because their landlord decided to renovate, those sorts of things, and so are now staying in someplace temporarily. And so this is where we see a huge number of youth, and it is such a hard number to get at. So as I said, in YRBS, they added a question that very specifically asks about that, giving the option to let us know that that is their situation. And so, we do have counts from the school districts that we look at that use this expanded McKinney-Vento Act definition of homelessness that includes families and individuals who are doubled up, students who are doubled up. But trying to count this number is near impossible. And so any kind of any kind of information that we can get that's going to guide us to be able to, again, to tell the narrative of what's truly going on with our children, with our youth, with our students, is going to help us as an agency publish the data, which speaking to how does this data get used. So this is a go-to document for not only the state of New Hampshire, municipalities, for homeless service providers to be able to use the data and talk about the trends in order to apply for grants and bring money into the state. So for example, the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program money from HUD, the data from this would be able to support bringing more money into the state for that to support our kids. And so I think that's where I'll kind of end it. I don't need to read my whole testimony other than to say that the data truly drives our ability to support what we need for our kids and to bring money into the state and to be able to talk about it effectively. And this is data that I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose it because there's no other way for me to get it and to talk about it in a reliable way. And I will say that there is a question, people have questioned reliability. I can understand that. I'm a duly licensed mental health and drug and alcohol clinician, kind of in my past life before I got into systems work. And so I've worked for over a decade with adolescents with mental health concerns who are experiencing homelessness, who were using substances. So I get where that's coming from. But NIH tested the reliability of the YRBS, the 2021 YRBS, and found that 96% of the data in a test-retest situation was at least moderately reliable for retest, and that 73% was either substantially or perfectly reliable. And so that we're looking at something that NIH is saying, like, yes, this is good data. I don't want to lose it. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, Rosendraw.
I'm sorry, I was not writing fast enough. You said 96% was moderately reliable and?
Yep, and 73% was found to be substantially or almost perfectly reliable.
Thank you.
Representative Morse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I do see where you're coming from with the necessity for the homeless information. What I'm struggling to wrap my head around would be one of the questions on firearms within the home. So parents who don't want, let's say, that made information that could be somehow brought back to them, and I know there's been controversy on the anonymous aspects of it. How would, let's say, a question revolving around firearms with a home be more beneficial data collection?
Firearms is not something that I can speak specifically to. However, it is my understanding. I'll go back to the fact that from my understanding of the survey, it is anonymous so that it gets us good information while maintaining family privacy on all of the issues that are being discussed within it. So homelessness in and of itself also carries a stigma. Parents oftentimes either don't know that they qualify, and students themselves don't know that they qualify under the definition of homelessness, and so don't know to say anything, to ask for help, ask for services. And also there's that stigma because sometimes there's a fear, I don't want DCYF in my home. So I think that from my understanding, the survey is designed to protect the survey data, in that there are a lot of questions that people would show concern about potentially. And I understand that privacy concern.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Again, with the requiring of the opt-in versus opt-out modality, is there a potential for us missing key indicators around what are called ACEs or adverse childhood experiences? In addition to that, maybe this question is more appropriate for the department, and I can follow up later. But in the event that there is some sort of disaster where like a DBART team is like dispatched into communities or towns, and that could possibly impact that community for years coming, would this impact the ability to be able to help those communities over a long-term trajectory?
Sure, I'll put on my clinical hat for a minute. As somebody who's trained in TFCBT, which is trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, and have done a lot of work with adolescents. ACEs, if people don't know, it's the Adverse Childhood Events Study, which shows that a series of, I think it's maybe 11 different things, is just so impactful on people that can happen to them when they're kids, and it affects not only mental health but also physical health outcomes as adults, and it's extremely powerful data. And so I would say absolutely yes. You know, the things that you were asking about in the YRBS all kind of play to some of the ACEs that you're talking about here. And so as a prevention tool to, like, again, truly know the narrative of what's going on with our kids. You know, I'll say anecdotally in my substance use disorder work, like I can think of a 14-year-old that was injecting opiates, you know, that mom didn't know, the school didn't know. And so, you know, is this a place for her privately to have been able to say, like, this is something that's going on with me, and to kind of tell that story? Like, you know, like, let's give the kids the opportunity to be able to share what's going on. And so I think I missed the second part of your question, but DBART. So DBART is a wonderful debriefing tool for any place that's had, you know, a traumatic incident. So therapists will come in.
Does this deal with the bill? I'm just. Okay.
Yeah, and so I would say that, again, just as much data as we can get to be able to know what's going on in those communities and what the needs are, because if you have the best data that you can looking at a community to know what their needs are, bringing in the DBART team or whatever it might be for those communities. So thank you for the question.
Woodcock.
Thank you. When you started talking about the reliability index of 90% and 73%, you quoted it where it came from. And I think you said, did you say NHI?
NIH.
Can you tell us what that acronym means?
I apologize. So it's the National Institute of Health.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
See no further questions. Thank you very much for being
Thank
here.
you for your time.
Melissa Blasek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Melissa Blasek. I am here representing Rebuild NH. I'm here to speak in support of the amendment to HB 446, which seeks to require parental consent for the CDC Risk Behavior Survey. The Protection of Pupil Rights Act of 1978 prohibits schools from asking about the following. Number one, political affiliation or beliefs of students or their family. 2, mental or psychological problems of the child or their family. 3, sex behavior or attitudes. 4, students' illegal, antisocial, demeaning, or self-incriminating behavior. 5, critical appraisals of a child's family members. 6, privileged communications between a student and a therapist, religious leader, or lawyer. 7, student or family's religious beliefs or practices. And 8, family income. However, despite these protections, the CDC Risk Behavior Survey still asks all these questions that could violate these very principles. The courts have ruled that such surveys are legal as long as they are voluntary. But we must ask ourselves, is a survey really voluntary if the parent, who has the ultimate authority over the child's well-being, has not given consent? Moreover, there's an argument that this lack of affirmative parental consent could be a violation of New Hampshire Constitution, specifically Article 2B, which guarantees the right to privacy and protection from government intrusion. Parents safeguard their children's rights, including the right to privacy, until they reach adulthood, and it should be their decisions and not the government's whether personal information is shared. I understand that there are concerns about federal funding and the potential impacts of this amendment. However, we must not overlook the fact that the state could be treading on thin legal ground by allowing surveys that may not be as voluntary as they appear. At what point do we draw the line between voluntary participation and government overreach into the lives of our children? The amendment to HB 446 simply ensures that parents have the ability to make an informed decision regarding their children's participation in the survey. I urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So I only have one so far, and if one or more of these questions trigger something in students, is there anyone equipped to handle the situation on site?
Thank you for the question. That is not my area of expertise. I don't affirmatively know the answer to that question.
Representative Chai.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. If these are anonymous questions, does this still apply? Does that principle or that protection still apply?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it does, because the child is still sharing those things. Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't catch at the beginning when you listed the things. What were you listing?
The Protection of Pupils' Rights Act of 1978, and that is still in effect.
That's New Hampshire's?
No, that's a federal law.
So, follow-up?
Yes.
In the 32 years that this survey's been given, has there been any complaints or any follow-up or any laws that have been broken by this?
I certainly know plenty of parents who've complained. Yes, I don't know any who have pursued legal action, but also understand it takes a certain type of person to go through and get a lawyer and start suing the state. I mean, those kind of people don't necessarily come around all the time, but it doesn't mean that the potential is not there.
Representative Freeman, quick question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my question. So what you're saying is that this protection of pupil rights from 1978 applies only if filling out the questionnaire isn't voluntary. Is that correct?
Yeah,
So
thank you
is
for
it
the
your
that's correct.
understanding that opt-out is technically not voluntary, but opt-in is?
That is my opinion.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for being here. Christine Downing.
Sorry, that's for the next bill, for the amendment.
Oh, okay. Yep. See that. Thank you. Ashley Wheeler.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Wheeler. I am here representing the Stratford County Regional Public Health Network. I am a public health professional. I am a certified prevention specialist. I'm also a certified suicide prevention trainer as well. So I just wanted to start by answering a question from Representative Morse about in regards to the question on the survey around guns. And so that data is or can be directly related to lethal means reduction in injury prevention and suicide prevention, and could, in the way that we use the data in schools and in the community, inform the need for some messaging around gun safety, safe storage, other, preventative measures from an injury prevention, suicide prevention type lens. So I just wanted to share that and hope that that is some of what you were looking for in asking that question. So as one of the state's 13 regional public health networks, I work with schools and other partners from across our communities to work to improve the health, wellness, and quality of life for everybody in our communities, and that usually first and foremost includes our youth. And so we use the YRBS data as the public health network. Our schools use the YRBS data, our community organizations, healthcare entities, etc., use this data to identify as a vital tool in our strategic planning process. So we use this data to inform, what are our kids seeing? What are the students and youth in our communities facing? What challenges are there? What are the underlying issues? Having the opt-out process allows us this reliable representative data, and that representative data is collected through an evidence-based youth risk behavior survey. It's a nationally recognized evidence-based tool that gives us the most accurate and informative
data that we use to do our work. We develop policies, programs, practices. It has been used by schools in our region that shared with me they were able to use the data around mental health and substance use to justify adding a licensed alcohol and drug counselor onto their staff. And that has positively improved the health and well-being, mental health, substance use data that was followed. In speaking to the opt-in versus opt-out process, I also oppose the amendment to create an opt-in process because not only would it create an unnecessary administrative burden that would not take 10 minutes of time between our schools and those who support the schools in administering the YRBS, the opt-out process is widely supported on the handout that I shared. Participation in active consent can very likely create a biased sample, meaning that those who are at highest risk for some of the risk behaviors or some of the issues highlighted in the YRBS are likely to be those who do not receive active opt-in consent to participate in this survey. And so our data would be skewed and unreliable, and it would hinder our ability to accurately support the students in our schools. And I'm happy to take questions. I'm not going to read my testimony verbatim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for the written testimony. I'm sure the clerk appreciates that. Elizabeth Brochu. Close on the last name at all?
Oh, you did it. You pronounced it perfectly. Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Brochu. I am the project director for Getting to Y New Hampshire. It is a new program that was executed by the governor and council in December of last year. We did have a kickoff in January. We have currently been working with New Hampshire high schools and working with youth in particular, looking at their YRBS data and teaching them how to actually look at this data and find solutions to bring to their peers. So they are actively involved in the YRBS. So what we are doing with the Getting to Y, which is an Up for Learning program, which is across the whole state of Vermont, we are spreading this program statewide in New Hampshire. We currently have 23 high schools that are active and participating in Getting to Y New Hampshire. So we have students looking at this YRBS data, and they are finding solutions for their peers. I do have my card. If you would like to learn more, I will be following up today with more information. I will email you all the information on Getting to Y, as well as our March newsletter with quotes from students around New Hampshire, and parents are even loving this opportunity to empower their children to look at this data and become change agents in New Hampshire. I would like to finish my testimony with a quote from Lucas Legacy. He is a Plymouth Regional High School student. He was trained last month in Plymouth at the Common Man Inn, along with 3 other schools. And he quotes, "What's different in my experience with Getting to Y compared to other clubs that I am in is that Getting to Y is purposeful. Many people do different things for various reasons, but the only one I have found to be both engaging and long-lasting is something that has purpose. Getting to Y emulates that perfectly." So I would like to open it up for any questions. I actually just came from a training in Milford where we had 3 schools, Keene High School, Souhegan High School, as well as Milford High School. So it's been pretty exciting.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Yes.
Explain Getting to Y.
Yes, Getting to Why is a program which brings adults and youth together, looking at their YRBS data. The Y stands for youth. They're doing the work. They're looking at this data. And youth do not get to see their YRBS data. They take this survey, but they are not able to actually view the results. So this program brings them into the decision making. They're looking at the data. They're looking at what their peers are talking about. They're telling us the why. Why is this happening? So that's what the why stands for. The youth, as well as why are all of these outcomes actually happening in the YRBS. So it's a very exciting program. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Julie Kim? Oh, you have a question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So your program was approved by the governor and council, and I suppose given money to proceed, knowing it was based on the data that you got from the youth risk survey. Okay, so they understood you were using the data from the what? YRBS.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any others?
Thank you very much.
I'm
Next
going to
is
leave my cards.
great. Thank you. Next is Julie Kim.
Thank you for having me today, committee and chair. I am Dr. Julie Kim. I'm a pediatric oncologist here in New Hampshire for over 20 years. I've raised my children in New Hampshire, but more importantly for today, I'm the president of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I represent over 200 pediatricians in our state. Our pediatricians here want you to oppose House Bill 446. We need to keep this survey as an opt-out survey so we can get the best data possible. The YRBS, as you heard, is a national survey conducted by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Prevention is a big word here. We are trying to prevent things from happening that could go bad. It is completely anonymous. There's actually no interactive follow-up with any specific individual, but the information could be used to help a group, like a school, for example. For pediatricians, this information is important because it helps guide what we're going to talk to our patients about. It could be about their mental health. We might see, it might be a new drug that's coming out, an illicit drug that we don't know about now, but the teens are knowing about it. We can't actually identify the answers to a specific child. So that data is anonymous, and the survey is voluntary. So parents can actually review the actual survey questions online, and they know about 10 days in advance that this survey is going to be given. So they do have the opportunity to opt out if they don't want their child to participate. As you've heard, it's a scientifically validated survey, and we know from science that asking a question about risky behavior does not cause someone to engage in that behavior. Instead, it could be a communication tool. Hopefully we all want to have open communication with our children. This survey could be a discussion point between the child and family about what was in the survey. This survey helps us to learn more about health-related behaviors and that contribute to leading causes of death. We don't learn just about risky behavior, but we, as pediatricians and as the community, learn about obesity, physical activity, diet, and asthma even. It gives us a chance to implement programs and to improve health and safety. As I mentioned, we all want to have open communication with our teens, but some teens who are struggling may not have a listening ear for them. But this survey could be somewhat of a proxy for them. We need to know what is happening. This information is important in getting the most accurate information so we can help these children. So I ask you to oppose HB 446, which proposes this change to an opt-in process. This will create more administrative work, will create delays, and will result in much fewer teens completing the survey, and the teens that need the most help may actually be at the most risk of not being able to participate. This current process with the opt-out is working and does not need to be changed. The survey does not lead to risky behaviors, and it's not about parenting or parental rights. Parents, as I said, have the option to opt their child out. This survey is about getting the most accurate information and gives us a chance to intervene when it's important. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. You mentioned a little while ago about identifying a new drug, but how would you be able to do that if there's no question on the survey to kind of add or tweak?
This survey may be about substance use, but it allows us to know that there's something going on. We can look at trends and see if there's something different, and we may have to investigate further about what that difference is.
Thank you very much for being here, providing your testimony. Becky Wilson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cordelli and members of the committee. I'm working off my phone. I've been here so long today, my computer is dead. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I appreciate the opportunity. For the record, I'm Becky Wilson, representing the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I was not going to testify on this bill. I know some of you have heard NHSBA's testimony on versions of this bill over the past several sessions. However, I just wanted to clarify and offer a few thoughts based on some of the previous testimony and some of the questions and concerns that have come from members of the committee. To reiterate, each year our member school boards vote on resolutions and statements of belief to help drive their advocacy positions for the year. This past fall, our NHSBA members again affirmed 2 specific resolutions regarding consent. NHSBA supports language in legislation that provides parents the right to opt out of content and programs they feel are not appropriate for their children. However, NHSBA opposes language requiring parents to opt into content and programs for their children, of which we would consider the YRBS specifically to that. The opt-in language creates an undue burden on the school district to account for every student who would participate versus the few who choose not to participate. That resolution has been in place since 2017, so it is not new. There was a new resolution as well this year that came from member school boards asking the NHSBA to support legislation that would require the state to fund the cost of the YRBS for the middle schools in the state that want to provide that to the middle schools. So there's a lot of value that is given to the YRBS by school districts and to local communities. The state does fund the high school version of that. The middle school version, if a district chooses to offer that, they have to take the cost for that. So there was a genuine effort to try to secure more funding for that, given the value that it provides school districts. I just want to reiterate again that the local school board does have to take a vote to accept the YRBS and to offer it to their school district. That is done at a publicly noticed meeting that parents and community members would be obviously well aware is happening. It would be on the agenda. That would be a great place for people to ask questions to the local school board if they had questions about what people are using it for. Many districts do take the results once they're available and offer a presentation at a local school board meeting that is publicly noticed as well to look at and review the results that I think you've heard previous speakers talk about that are available at the district level. That's to assist schools and communities to try to ensure that they're tailoring their programs and their resources to actual needs of students as opposed to what adults in the room are guessing are the students' needs. Sometimes we are not correct. I don't know if any of you have ever had middle or high school students. Sometimes what we think they're concerned about or are happening are not necessarily what is actually happening. And just to also clarify that while this is an informational survey and is anonymous, again, sometimes I think I've heard it many times by sponsors of this bill that it's taken as a joke. Middle and high school students often make jokes about things because it is a lot easier to make a joke than it is to talk about difficult things with your peers or your family. This is an opportunity to try to get real information from students that can be used for those purposes. Lastly, I would just say the ability to communicate the survey results year after year at local school board meetings that are public is a transparency pro. It gives the community an opportunity to look at resources that have been secured as a result of some of the YRBS data and make sure the resources are actually working and that taxpayer dollars are going to programs for communities and families that actually have a positive impact. Lastly, I will just say quickly, Representative, that some of this legislator specifically has put into place a number of other resources for students that do not provide direct contact to parents that deal with students who are struggling. Putting the number on the back of ID cards for the suicide prevention hotline, for the eating disorders hotline, for One Trusted Adult. Some of those things don't necessarily have other end where people are calling parents immediately
Please,
after they get off the
time's up.
phone with students. The YRBS is no different. I know that this committee cares a great deal about students' well-being, and I think this is just one other manner of getting to that. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll end the hearing on House Bill 446 and start up the hearing on House Bill 431 amendment. Yeah, we have some paperwork to fill out for the clerk. And in the meantime, we'll pass around the amendment. And I'll fill out a pink card.
You're better than me.
Oh, they put it on there.
Yeah, I think you it's the same number. 07248.
Ready? We'll open the hearing on HB 431, or the non-germane amendment to HB 431, establishing a commission to study the costs of special education. And I recognize the sponsor, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you very much. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ospey in the Beautiful Lakes region. And this amendment, let me just say that we just heard about the importance of data and making decisions. That's what this amendment is about. We have heard from our constituents. We've heard here in the Legislative Office Building about special education costs and what is driving increased costs for special education, increased numbers of students who are being identified as special education. That is some of what the proposed commission in this amendment is going to try to get at. On the first page, you'll see the establishment of the commission and the membership, but most importantly, I wanted to get it down to Roman 3 and what the commission is supposed to be looking at. It starts with referral rates. I just mentioned, we've had a fairly constant number of students being identified as special education, but at the same time, enrollment has decreased considerably. So the percentage of students being identified has gone up considerably. Why is that? Why are students being labeled as other health impaired? What are the parameters of that? We have federal IDEA categories, 13 categories, and some national percentages for each of those categories, some which correspond somewhat to information from here in New Hampshire, some that do not, and we need to look at that. Has there been any increase in referrals since the start of the COVID pandemic? There is anecdotal information that that has been the case. Then we also want to definitely look at the cost data, and some of that is on page 2. there are services that are provided that are not medically necessary. What are those costs? And how is that increasing? Is that part of IEP goals and services for 504 plans? We need to look at that. We need to look at the comparison of what is required by IDEA, what is required in state law, but then what is required in rules. There's a lot more in rules than in either federal or state law. We need to look at that. There was an analysis done in 2016, almost 10 years ago. We need to look at that. And are our rules out of line with state and federal law? And is that part of the driving for increased costs for special education and increased identification of children? Local districts reporting of cost to the Department of Education. There is some data being reported from the districts, and you've all heard mention of the DOE 25 form that is used to provide data from the local districts. We need to look at that data and look at possible expansion of the data that's being reported from local districts to the department on those costs. We also know from the last audit that was done that local districts can come up with their own plans for due process hearings, their own programs that the state doesn't even know about. We need to look at that and determine if those programs are being useful. Perhaps they should be statewide if they are. Medicaid to Schools is a large program. The last number I saw was something above $10 million to school districts in billing for Medicaid services. We need to look at that. The reimbursement, who uses those funds? When reimbursements are made for services, where do those funds go? Do they go back into special education? Do they go back to the district? Do they go back to the town? We need to get a handle on that. I've heard anecdotally that some districts use outside billing services for this. Some do it in-house. We need to look at that. I've heard of a district that uses a billing service in Texas, actually. So is the billing being done efficiently? And what are the categories and reimbursement rates for these services? We've always heard about the use of legal services in special education for IEPs, for due process hearings, but that those legal costs are covered by insurance paid by the districts. I'd like to get a handle on that. What are the insurance costs that are being paid by districts? In terms of the students, what are the graduation rates by the type of diploma that they are getting? Let's have a breakdown of that. So I think those are some of the main things that we would like this commission to look at, but certainly the number of students being identified and the costs. As we've talked about, we know that this catastrophic aid, it's now called special education aid for the high cost services provided to some students, but the real dollars that is being paid by districts and by the state are not for those students, but for all the other students. There's something, the number 800 sticks in my mind of those students compared to the other 30+ thousand that are in one of the other 13 categories as defined by IDA. And so those are some of the costs we need to look at also. So that is the purpose of this commission, and I think we need to get a handle on this and look at the costs, because we've heard about the complaints from local districts about the cost of special education, and we need to get a handle on it so we can try and do something about it and help both parents and school districts and the state in terms of the costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So when you say we need to get a handle on the cost, are you also saying we need to get a handle on how many kids are identified? I mean, it sounds like from your presentation that we have too many kids being identified. And when I look at, that was my question, but number 20, line 29, whether there are interventions, I mean, that struck me. I thought, in my experience in the classroom, we could not refer unless we tried a number of interventions before we could even go through the referral process. So I guess that
Right.
that
There
was a
had
statement.
there.
But my question is on the number of kids who are identified.
Right. Yes, I want to take a look at the number. I think we need to take a look at the number of kids because the percentages have gone up.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to, I think you mentioned insurance costs paid by districts. I think I want to make sure we're not running up against anything that could be construed as related to HIPAA or any of those types of things. So how are you ensuring that when this information is being looked at, it is being looked at in a way that comports with all of those guidelines?
I'm not sure about HIPAA. I'd have to go back. I'm not sure if, well, I'll leave it at that. I want to look at that some more. But yeah, I don't see insurance costs, not necessarily at the individual level, but at the school level.
And follow up if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair. And with regard to, I think you had said just about rules and rulemaking authority, it is generally the legislature that empowers rulemaking authority or suggests that it goes to that step. So if we are silent in the legislative process on things that ultimately go to rulemaking, I guess what I'm asking is, what would the fact finding be? I guess because the silence in the legislature then says, okay, rulemaking kicks in.
I don't think that is the case. Rules are supposed to have a legislative source related to them. So I think it's a problem when rules are promulgated without a legislative source.
Follow up.
What I'm talking about is when the statute is written, though, it says rulemaking authority shall be granted.
Right.
And so
but,
I guess that's what I'm saying.
Right. I'm looking at things in rules that have no opinion in legislative. There is no statement as under a section that says, and rules shall be approved by the state board for X. So I think that there is clearly. I remember I used to be on HEAC, Home Education Advisory Council, and we did an exhaustive review because there was many things in rules that were not covered in state statute related to requirements for homeschool parents. So we had to go back and filter and revise the rules to come in line with state law. And I think we need to look at special ed rules and see what rules are in place that go beyond what's in state or federal law. And if it's a good practice that's in rules, it should be also in state law.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is
again, go back to the audit that's currently being done by in the Department of Special Education. I would think that a lot of these items that you have in here are going to be addressed in the audit. So my question is, why are you putting forward this piece of legislation now instead of doing it through a regular process?
I think it is that imperative. I'm not sure what the LBA will find related to this in their audit, but they are dealing specifically with the department. They're not touching anything at the local level.
Follow up?
Yeah, the follow-up would be, it just seems to me to be premature to do anything without understanding what issues might be within the department. You start there first, and if you then you might look at whatever local issues would be. So I would just wonder again, the need to put this bill forward right now, and I question that.
I think I answered that question.
Representative Murray?
Yes, thank you. In all sincerity, I have another question with regard to the timeline here of how long this commission is established for. This is a lot of data digging, a lot of conversation that might include the federal government getting data back from them regarding IDEA and certain other things. Your first initial report is requested back November 1 of 2025. And I'm just curious to know whether or not there would be any substantive data that could be, that's 7 months.
I would hope so, and I put that date in so that if there was information that came to the commission that could be put into legislation for 2026, I think it would be important to have an interim report at that point for any legislation for next year, rather than waiting a full another year.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Hall?
Could you, if this was imperative and, whatnot, why was it not introduced as legislation by its own as opposed to being tagged onto as a non-germane amendment?
I had a lot of ideas for legislation floating in my head back in September and November. Some made it out of my head onto paper, some didn't.
Okay, follow up? Or go ahead. Second one. After
Follow up.
Okay. You did also mention the local level, and as I look at lines 19 to 24, it doesn't look like local is really there, is it? Are the people serving on this, on these administrators? Okay, but those, okay, hold on.
Talk about the membership
Okay.
of the committee.
Excuse me.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Just follow up on Representative Hall's question. It just, if this is to address issues in local districts, it appears, if I'm reading this correctly, the members on the committee, there's nobody actually representing the local school districts that could provide a perspective.
The commission can invite anyone they choose into testify and discuss questions with them.
Follow up. But the difference would be if you provide people in to give input, but you're not giving them a seat at the table and when you're talking about recommendations being given. So I'm wondering, would you consider having representatives from local districts, special education administrators, people that are involved in the field be part of this commission?
I think here at the committee, we get lots of recommendations from people who are testifying.
One more question. Representative Murray.
Thanks, Chairwoman Noble. My other question was whether or not this was looking at like from preschool early identification? I mean, what is the scope? How are we looking through age 21, or is it preschool to 21? What are we doing here?
I wasn't considering preschool, but I know the child fine statutes and everything like that. But I'm looking really at K-12 covering through. For special ed, it's 21 inclusive at this point.
Very minor.
I when you're talking about identification for special ed services, though, is it not true that it includes preschool aged children?
Right, via child find, and yes, but certainly child find could be something else to be looked at. What is going on with child find in districts.
Okay, thank you. You are free.
Thank you. Can I leave?
No, not that free. Christine Downing.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee, for allowing me to speak today. A couple of points and questions that were asked, I would just add to get that sense of costs and where those costs are coming from, right? In terms of the services we provided, I would like to throw out a couple other stakeholder groups that you might want to consider in the composition. Under your, sorry, I'm losing my voice today. Under your committee section, which is, I believe, lines 14 through 24 on page 1. 3 stakeholder groups that came to mind as I read through this amendment that I think would be valuable on this commission is what we call related services. This would be our PT, our OT, our speech, school psychologist, even school counselor. And the reason why I'm suggesting that you consider that as part of your composition of your commission is because these are going to be folks that when you go to page 2 of the amendment and it says it's line 1 through 3 up there with the cost to provide services which are not medically necessary. These are the folks that are going to be able to give you some real insights like, hey, how much does it actually cost for a 30-minute OT session? And you guys don't want to hear that cost right now, I can tell you. So I would say something in that realm, a couple representatives from your related services. The second stakeholder group that I thought was would be a nice crossover and also aligns two lines 29 and 30 on page 1 that was already brought up about the interventions that are deployed before we do a referral process. So I would say, and I'm going to use an acronym, but then I'll say it. I would say you want some sort of MTSS expert, multi-tiered systems of support. And we have some really great folks at the Department of Education in that role. So maybe you pull an MTSS person from the Department of Education. They would really be a nice crossover because this is where I saw in the commission proposal of a crossover between special education and general education. Because we have very delineated 3-tier model in our MTSS process. And very right, we usually, before we even go to referrals, say, okay, in tier 1, we did this, in tier 2, in tier 3, and this is why it's not working. So I think something from that realm would be good representation. And you know me, I'm going to be the voice of educators. I would advocate that on line 17. It's great. We have one special education educator appointed. But I can tell you that special ed services look different at your 3 major grade bands, elementary, middle, and high school. So you might want to think about maybe that could be one special education administrator, because that organization would put forth a director of student services or something, and then maybe a representative teaching sample of the special ed services that might happen at the grade levels. The only cause for concern I have in the amendment is on line 27 on page 1, part B. it says why students may be labeled other health impaired. That is actually defined in the federal regulations. I think it's 300.8. Don't quote me on this, might be C9, but it will break down like what the child has to present in terms of physical and emotional deficits to qualify for that OHI. So it may be worthy on that line. I agree. It would be nice to see a breakdown of which categories in that federal statute are causing more of those OHI classifications. So maybe something in the language pointing back to that federal statute to say we're going to get the categories from there. I have to agree with Representative Cordelli on, I loved his statement when he said, we need to get some of these rules in line with our laws. And that is very true. That's what we often deal with in the field is we look at the law, we look at the rule and we go, wait a minute, there's an incongruence here. How do we figure this out, right? And we're kind of caught in the middle. So I think having the commission focus on that would be really good. The only thing I would offer, I mean, as a co-author with Representative Damon on 431, is I wonder about why the complete replacement of 431 for this. I think both commissions are valuable, and I think studying the cost of special education is important, but I also think our commission on 306 is important. So I wonder about the language in the opening part of amend the title or amend the bill by replacing all. I mean, I'd certainly like to see this as an amendment, but not in place of the commission for 306.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. It's twofold, if that's okay, please. So the first part is when you mentioned consider adding under the committee, there were three different stakeholders. You mentioned, and I missed it, so I don't even know how to word it, but you have elementary, middle, and high school, and I have one special education administrator. Would it be one representative that covers all three, or are you saying one from the elementary, one from the middle, one from the high school?
I would take one from the elementary, one from the middle, from the high school, and then get an admin, a special ed admin, because those key players are going to give you much different perspectives. That elementary, middle, or high school special ed teachers going to be able to actually describe to you the services that are happening, where that special ed director is then going to be able to say, and this comes at a cost of X, Y, and Z. Because the teachers don't always get into the weeds with the cost. It's the administrators. Yeah.
Follow up? Yes, please.
Thank you.
I'm going to just make it into a really long run-on sentence so I can fit
Okay.
both in. So my only concern is when we add these other stakeholders, which I'm not saying it's not valid. I think the commission goes up to at least 20 people.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's like herding cats. That being said, early intervention, it starts at age 3, right? I'm drawing a blank. At that point, that does fall under the umbrella of billing for the taxpayers in the public school level, doesn't it? And okay, so if it does, would we want someone at the preschool level, or is elementary encompass I'm just asking, is elementary encompass age 3 to 6?
So we actually have a couple different certifications around that. So we actually have what's called an N through 3, that's your preschool through 3 special educator. Then we actually have a general special education endorsement, and we also can do like an elementary, a K to 6 type endorsement. So there's different endorsements. I think whoever you go with, you might want to go with somebody that's got if you're going elementary, that's got the true experience of also having preschool with them. I don't know if you need to separate out a preschool and an elementary. I think you can find people, just like if you were concerned about the size of the commission, maybe instead of doing elementary, middle, and high school, you do and it widens the range a bit. You do maybe like a pre-K to 8, because we do have a lot of schools still in New Hampshire that are that pre-K to 8 setting. And then you do a high school. But I mean, that pre-K to 8 person, I'd probably want to say they've done a little bit of all of it. The early, the middle level, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. you were consumed with the 306 project. Not having that background, what do you anticipate something of this magnitude might take in time? Because I know that President Cordelli has, I think someone brought up a very aggressive timeline. How realistic is that timeline? What would you suggest?
I think, like I said, I think this commission is valuable. We need to do this study in New Hampshire. I think it's very aggressive, and I would be concerned about getting the data. The first report being in November. I mean, when you think about forming a commission, you get everybody in it, right? The purpose, you set the parameters, the workload, and then, I mean, there's a lot of things that are going to need to be pulled from data, and I'm not sure always that data is going to be that easy to pull in some instances. So timeline for me would be, I would think at least minimum a first report would be a year from the establishment of the commission. And you know, I think also, I think of the Genocide and Holocaust Commission, right? They are still running, and their purpose has shifted over time. And I think this is a commission that could do the same. So maybe your first report would come a year later, right? And then perhaps in year 2, your goal is to actually recommend and make some substantial changes, you know, to how it's going on. And then I would think the commission would want to shift almost to like a monitoring responsibility. Like, okay, we're making these changes. Are they making a difference? I think there's some opportunity here. When I spoke earlier in the week about the task force on adequate education, right? This is some parallel work here that could come together.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On page 2, on the first line, I'm not exactly sure, and I'm hoping you can give me some guidance on this. It says the cost to provide services which are not medically necessary as defined by Medicaid. Can you tell me what those services might be?
So for example, one service might be, and this is why I also said you might want to get that MTSS expert onto it. So something that's not medically, that we wouldn't bill necessary to Medicaid. Let's say a student on an IEP has a reading goal, and we know the best person in the building to meet that would actually be our certified reading specialist. Okay, so how do you figure out what exactly is the cost of that, right, towards those services? Because that reading specialist is not just a one-on-one to that child, but their time, right, salary, you could cost out on a prorated ratio. What is that cost? And that's, I mean, I would defer to Representative Cordelli, but when I read that statement, that's what came to my mind, is like, what can I not bill to Medicaid?
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Rosenberg.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the Policy Director at the Disability Rights Center, New Hampshire's protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities. I have been an attorney before being Policy Director, which I've been for about 3.5 years or so. I was a senior staff attorney at the Disability Rights Center beginning in around the fall of 2005 and handled a lot of special education cases for parents and children with educational disabilities. So I understand there are concerns about education funding across the board, right? And this has been a struggle for our state. It's a struggle for your parallel committee to try to figure out what our costs are and how to fund education appropriately. It's in the courts, it's everywhere. I'm not sure that this commission is going to necessarily get you there, and I have some concerns about what it is exactly that this commission would be examining and whether the appropriate voices are all represented on this commission as proposed. So, first of all, I mean, you all know that education for children with disabilities arises out of a very robust federal statutory scheme. There are federal regulations, there are state laws, and state regulations, which I need to say are actually valid. They're all over 186C. There are indications where the Department of Education needs to promulgate rules. It's replete through the statute, like around what child with disability means or what the process is to be identified for education, what's in an IEP. All of this is in our statute, and the Department of Education is expected to promulgate rules about that. Just be in my bonnet about that one. So I think that, it would be interesting to learn more about and try to figure out whether we are actually maximizing funding that's available to defray the cost of special education and related services. I know that right now the Department of Health and Human Services is undergoing a transformation on how we do billing for Medicaid to schools, and so that is changing a bit with the goal, I believe, to make it a little bit easier and and have that be a more robust funding source. But that is in process, as I understand it, a more robust funding source for schools. In addition, I think that we need to look, if we're going to look at funding, we also need to look at outcomes. Are we getting the outcomes that we want? And we also need to make sure that parents' voices and the voices of people who are impacted are adequately represented. And I would suggest that I'm not sure this commission is necessary, but if it were necessary, I would suggest adding an organization like ours that advises around 200 parents a year and represents some of them in these kinds of disputes around special education that has been involved in the rulemaking, or Parent Information Center that probably talks to even more parents than we do on special education issues, because we have sort of knowledge about what's going on statewide in schools and where there might be gaps. There are certain aspects of what this commission would study that are actually available to it already, or that can't be necessarily changed. So for example, there is already a definition for what OHI or other health impairment is. That's not something this commission can change. This notion that interventions could be implemented before referral, there are times when that would be highly illegal. If you already have evaluations that would identify a student as having an educational disability and requiring special education, it would be unlawful to hold up that child's identification. I think that the person who testified before me talked about how services, medical necessity, and Medicaid, not every student with an IEP is Medicaid eligible. Not every educational service that they receive is a medical service. But if it's required in their IEP, it's required to be provided. So just knowing that, and knowing that we're in the process of revising how school districts get reimbursed, I'm not sure this is a good time to study that particularly. As far as the comparison of what's required under federal law versus our state law, our current state law already requires the Department of Education to file an annual report on any rules that exceed the federal minimum rules. So that information exists, and you all need to know that the rulemaking process, as you know, is a very public process. There's input, there's a lot of work on this, and there are really good reasons why some of our rules are different from what is in the base in the federal regulations. And mostly it's to encourage and make it feasible for parents to participate in their children's education. We feel it's really important for parents to have a voice in these meetings and to get the information that they need ahead of time. So, like I said, the information is there, the rules are there for a reason, and there is a rulemaking process that takes input. I'm concerned about some of the data being subject to FERPA. So you'd have to be really careful to make sure. FERPA is the federal law that protects students' educational records, confidentiality protections. So if you're looking at things like cost for out-district placement and whether other options were available, I'm not sure what that means, but that seems like it could be a bit risky in terms of identifying students and revealing confidential information. I'm looking at some of these other categories. I think that if school districts are paying attorneys and having insurance, I think that information would probably be available under our right to know law. If they have those kinds of contracts, would probably be. So I think there's other ways to get information like this. So I don't know. I think that there's a lot to consider here. It's being considered pretty close to crossover day and when all these decisions have to be made. So I don't know. I think, like I said, it raises an eyebrow for me and my office, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a question. This is on page 2, line. It's regarding the stratification of types of diplomas. I've just lost it for a
Yeah,
second.
we do report on, I mean, a diploma is a regular education diploma. So that's the only legitimate diploma. And what IDEA looks at and what our state is required to report on already is the percentage of students with IEPs who obtain a regular education diploma. And that's when their eligibility for special education would terminate once they achieve that regular ed diploma. So there's not really another diploma. Similarly, with like due process, like I guess that there was something that passed, but the federal law actually requires certain due process for students and when there are educational disputes. It requires certain alternative dispute resolution as well as certain due process procedures. So I'm not sure about the value of looking at local or dispute resolution or if that's even happening in the state.
I'm gonna follow up. And I guess you mentioned FERPA. I also potentially mentioned HIPAA concerns. Maybe I guess I'm just curious about with respect to line 17 and identifying the age of a graduate. All of these other types of things we could inadvertently be wading into territory that is.
Well,
yeah. Sorry.
I guess it depends on how narrowly you define age. Like the Department of Education already has a standard for, and let me see if I tried to pull up their annual report on graduation because they have to report it to the federal government. I think it's in the beginning. Let's just pull this up. I think it's the second indicator. Let's see. Of course, I want to find, wait, here we go. So indicator 1. So they look at graduation rates already, and I don't know that they do it by age. It's a number of youth. Hold on. Okay, graduation. Percent exiting special education. You know, they don't look at the age of the kid. I think they have to be ages 14 to 21. That's a pretty broad scope. I don't know how much this commission would drill down, but it might be problematic if you can't identify a kid. In a smaller school district, it would be very challenging.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Beth?
Hi, my name is Beth Page. I'm from Andover. I'm a special education administrator. I have not been doing this for too long, only a few years. And I have never spoken in front of a legislative body in my life, so please bear with me. But just from my perspective, there's been a lot of good points that were made by the ladies that sat here in front of me. There was mention of a state audit, which I think is going to be really helpful in answering some of these questions. Some of these professionals have the data that you're looking for already, and they've spoken to that. I know that special education professionals and administrators could speak directly to the costs and how it just keeps inflating every year to year. It feels like a lot of the things that are listed in this amendment are not in any way related to the original intention of HB 431. This is speaking to creating a commission, seeking input, and I think Representative Cordelli referred to allowing people to come and voice their opinion in a legislative session of this nature. I might be misinterpreting his language, but it felt like if it's advocated to have more directors at the table who look at the costs day to day, we need to be invited in or find the time in our busy days to come down here and do such a thing, as opposed to be invited equally to the table at the commission, which was the point of the representative. I can't read your name on your plaque. I apologize. I think that is also, thank you, the case for the original intent of HB 431. The point was to create a commission to have an equal playing field of individuals who could continue to refine, revise, and develop our base education model as is appropriate as the years go on. There were a lot of points that were made to specific lines. I do find it very interesting that only one special education educator appointed by our association, the NAJA Association, would be a part of this commission, because those are the people, again, who are, monthly I'm required to sign invoices on the contracts that I'm required to sign for all of the services that are in my district. So I don't think that anyone other than those folks are very aware of what those costs look like and why it is that they're being contracted to provide. There's some costs that were spoken to earlier that were regarding line 1 on page 2, services that are not medically necessary. That involves a gamut of academic, social supports, emotional supports, which are not necessarily tied to a medical need. And to other points that were made earlier, not every child qualifies for Medicaid reimbursement. So despite whether or not we can get it refunded to us in a small portion, because we do not get the services funded wholly, we are required to provide it, to provide that, the FAPE that's required of us. So there's a lot of the points here. I'm not sure if it would be useful for me to go through all these areas, but really, I guess my bottom line is that there is definitely a need to look at special education costs. I would definitely agree to that. There's also definitely a need to establish the commission that was the original intent of HB 431. I think both are valid. The content of the amendment here, there are a lot of questions here that could be answered by going to your local school board and asking these questions of them, going to your local special education administrator in your towns and asking those questions, starting those conversations. Because we do have policies in place on how it is we determine if a child is other health impaired. We agree with you that the increase in referrals since COVID is an issue. I think there's a lot of points here that are valid, but a lot of points that could be answered outside of a commission. Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Becky Wilson.
Been a long day for all of you, I know. For the record, Chairwoman Noble and members of the committee, thank you for taking my testimony. For the record, Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association, and to give some context, I previously served as a special education administrator for over 20 years here in the state. I will not keep everyone with a long, lengthy testimony. I do just want to point out a couple of things. I think it's very important to say, and it is critical to remember, that the basis of special education is about access to general and regular education. The original portion of this bill was meant to, I think, address general education, and you cannot untangle special education from regular education. So the fact that this amendment is a replace all, I'm not sure that serves anyone very well, because you're trying to separate, again, a student's special education needs that are impacting their access to general education. That is why they are identified as a student who requires special education. You cannot completely separate that from general education and look at two things in a silo. That is not the intention of special education, nor is it ever. And I think a lot of the aspects that are covered in this amendment are trying to do just that. You're trying to really separate out medical needs that are being addressed in the school environment versus educational needs. It seems like that is part of the intention of this. I could be wrong, but just in trying to find a thread with all of the aspects that this commission would cover, it's difficult to try to figure out what the thread is. There are some random things that seem to be put into here in terms of, I'm not quite sure how they all go together. If the thread is not about medical needs of students being addressed in the school setting, which I know is a concern of some people on the committee, and that's a valid concern if that's what you want to focus on. But this particular commission, the areas that they're trying to address, I think is a little bit confusing in that regard. So a couple of things that have not been said. Referral rates by IDEA category for special education programs. Students are not categorized when they are referred. They are referred to special education so that you can determine as a team what, if any, special education needs they have, and if so, what eligibility criteria they may meet and which category of disability they may fall under. There are no referral rates by category. So that's not a term that I think people in the field would use. If you're trying to look at the outcomes of evaluations or determinations of eligibility, that might be a little bit different. But I'm pretty sure that over the last several sessions, there have been lots of bills looking at categories of IDEA designation, because we've been talking about education funding as related to the different categories for, I don't know, probably 6 to 8 years, I would imagine. So that information is available. But you are not, as a team, intentionally not trying to refer a student based on some specific category. Why students may be labeled other health impaired, again, it's been said multiple times. Every single category in special education in the state has a determination eligibility form that lays out the criteria that the student has to meet in order to be identified under that category. There's 13 different categories, 13 different deliberations. I can share those with Jen, and I'm sure she can share them with you. I thought I already had shared them, but I think that was with the other education committee. I'm getting a little confused with all the committees. The increase in referrals since COVID closures, I mean, we have talked a lot about this as well. And I just want to remind the committee that while the school buildings were closed, New Hampshire was actually at the forefront of providing remote instruction. School itself was open during COVID. There were, and again, I would have to go in the Wayback Machine to really pull all this information, but there were very few schools that provided nothing. Whereas in other states, there were quite a few states that were not prepared for that situation in terms of remote instruction. But New Hampshire actually had been doing a lot of training at the Department of Ed on remote instruction prior to COVID. So while the school buildings were closed, and that certainly has had a lot of impact on students and staff and families, school itself was not closed. So you might want to get a little clarification if that's an area that you want to study if this amendment were to go forward. Somebody already spoke about interventions that can be implemented prior to referrals. That is something that is considered when students are referred for special education, whether or not interventions have been tried, and if so, what was the student's response? A lot of that has come out of this legislature in terms of MTSS, RTI, trying those different things to make sure you are identifying students based on their actual needs and not on a hole in the system, for example, or a lack of appropriate instruction. And that's something that has to be considered for every single deliberation, whether or not the student has had access to appropriate instruction. So medically necessary, I think we've beat that dead horse enough today. Not all services are medically necessary, and Medicaid to Schools is a completely different program that has nothing to do with educational services. It has to do with medically necessary services provided in a school setting. The rules and access chart already exists. I don't know in terms of letter G, the district reporting of cost to the Department of Ed. I don't know what the Department of Ed feels maybe are costs that they are missing, or they're not currently getting them, or is it the collection that they're not getting them? Also, the department's not part of the IEP team, and the IEP team has to make decisions based on children's needs and not on cost. That is at the forefront of those. So the department wouldn't be getting those costs, and teams shouldn't be making decisions solely based on cost either. So that's a little bit of a difficult sweet spot to find, I believe. Somebody already talked about out-of-district placement. And if a student goes to out-of-district placement, it's because the team has considered other options and has decided that they can't meet the student's needs in those options. So yes, other options are available, and the team has already decided they're not appropriate. Locally district dispute resolutions, that bill just passed this committee last session. So the school's been in session for 6 months. I'm not sure how much viable information you would have in that time. I won't just keep going through this and going through this. However, graduation rates as well, yes, that information is available. There's 13 to 15 indicators that every single district is rated on every year in terms of special education. It's available online for every single district. Graduation rate is one of them. You can get graduation rate for students who are identified with disabilities. You can get graduation rate for your whole district. You can get number of students who graduated with their cohort, which means in the 4 years, versus students that graduated with a regular high school diploma but took longer than 4 years. You can get all of that information. So I'll just reiterate that I don't think you can separate special education needs from general education needs. And so if anything, if this amendment were to go forward, I would, advocate for trying to keep both things. You need to look at the general ed system. And if you have a strong general ed system, you will have a better special education system. The reason a lot of times that you have inflated special education is because of a lack of strong regular ed. And if you don't have strong regular ed, the students are going to show needs that perhaps are maybe not as closely tied to special education as they could be. I'm happy to take any questions, although I'm sure you don't want to ask me any.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Representative Noble. I did just want to make sure that I was clear in understanding that you do or do not concur with the fact that there is not a segregated type of diploma for children, correct? It is a general diploma.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Some districts offer an alternative diploma that is a district diploma versus the state diploma. There's still requirements that the diploma has to meet. However, in terms of special education, the student is eligible to remain in the school system or get special education services until they obtain a regular high school diploma or they turn 22. Even if they were to get their GED or their high SED or some alternative diploma, they would still be eligible to receive services, and the school district would need to provide those until they get a regular ed diploma. You're welcome.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, thank you for being here or staying this long. Based on your knowledge of special ed, which is, huge, and looking at the magnitude of this commission's responsibilities in investigation, how long do you think it would take to approximately do an adequate job? I guess I'm concerned about the timelines we talked about before. What in your ballpark, what would you think, Dennis Wilson?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. I think there's two things that I would consider. One is the fact that somebody else already mentioned, Medicaid to Schools is undergoing an enormous overhaul right now, which is going to change to cost-based reporting, which is going to allow districts to actually recoup the actual cost of what they are spending. That is not set to go into place until 2026 school year, and there's a lot of training that is supposed to be happening at the district level between this summer and the 2026 summer through DHHS. That RFP went to Governor and Council months ago, and I think that has been secured. So if nothing else, because so many of these questions are related to Medicaid and Medicaid type questions, I would suggest waiting until that is up and going. Because right now, if you were to pull this commission together and try to get something out, what's reimbursed by Medicaid or what districts are paying, et cetera, is based on the Medicaid rates, which are set by insurance, by Medicaid. They have nothing to do with what schools are actually paying. So they're being tracked that way. So you're not going to get great answers. You've got, again, I think multiple pathways in this commission that you're looking at. You're looking sort of at like programmatic things that are being offered at the school. You're looking at Medicaid to Schools. So at least a year, if from the fall, 2 years. I mean, I don't know, by the end of the session, it's a lot of questions. And education funding is also asking and doing a lot of this work already. So I don't know if you're creating sort of a competitive commission with what the other House Ed committee is also already addressing.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly too. Is it your statement that potentially we could spend all this time, energy, money, and resources into getting all of this data, and then the Medicaid overhaul sort of hasn't even really launched yet, so this could potentially provide misleading information that is not fully capturing the new changes?
Thank you for the question, Representative Murray. Yes, as in regards to the questions in this commission that are addressing Medicaid to Schools, it's going to change who has to report, how they report, what they're asking to be reimbursed for, who's doing the billing, all of those pieces. And some of that, is addressed in this commission. So it certainly would impact all of that.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. For the record, State Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8. I am going to take 30 seconds, maybe less. Are you asking me to wait? Okay, wasn't sure. I have submitted to the clerk's office for the bill to be withdrawn since the amendment completely alters the purpose of the original bill. And we will be voting not tomorrow, but next Thursday at the State House on the withdrawal of the original version of HB 431, which I hope to bring back next year and have a more productive legislative process so we can actually look at making a commission happen on the 306 rules. And separately, process the consideration of a commission on special education. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Okay.
You guys deserve a gold star, those of you who are still here.
There must be a couple people still outside to call in, right?
I can check. That concludes the hearing.